Well, welcome back. It is March 30th, 2024, and we are broadcasting live from Rural Retreat, Virginia, here at the Hotel Orloff. We've got 4 people watching. Outstanding. They say 3's company, 4's a crowd. Did they say that? Or no, 2's company, 3's a crowd. Well, that's, I think, the cliche. Breaded in a fortune cookie. So how are you guys doing? We lost someone. Now we're at 3. I didn't mean to insult that idiot. I didn't mean for him to go away. We love all the idiots here in the chat. I put a link in the chat for any of you that would like to come on and visit. Behind me, over there somewhere, is a bookshelf I brought down from upstairs. I'm going to fill it with books live on the air, and I'll show you the books as I put them on the shelf and attempt to put them in some kind of organization. And so, yeah. Graphic Man says, what kind of books? The kind of books that we like, Graphic Man. There will be all kinds. Perhaps even Edgar Rice Burroughs. But they won't have your one-of-a-kind covers on them. I just want to make this more of a library back here, a dignified reading library, instead of just a place where the dog shits. Oh my gosh. People are commenting in the chat. Sorry. It's Missing Mars. He says, hey, Gratu. Missing Mars says, hi, Micah. Graphic Man says, hello, Missing Mars. Gratu, what are you snacking on? Yes, Missing Mars. Why, it's Reese's Sticks, king size, 4 sticks. They're like Reese's peanut butter cups, but in a stick form. They look like this. If you put it in a swimming pool, it will terrify people. And one of us says hello. Only have 3 hours left on this free StreamYard plan, but Graphic Man, Micah, tells me that, and I think I've done this before, if you just keep going over the limit, they'll let you keep going over, but then the next time, you know. Yeah. So I'll be, as I put books in the shelf, I'll be bringing them over here and we'll look at them and then I'll put them in the shelf. It'll be one of those kind of videos. Either my taste buds change or Reese's peanut butter cups change. Probably both. To everything, turn, turn, turn. There is a season and a time for every Reese's peanut butter cups under heaven. Yeah. I saw the first 10 minutes or so of Wednesday Graphic Man show, and I went down to check and feed the cats and saw how dreadfully sick Pete was. And so, I mean, I heard little bits and pieces, but I've yet to watch the whole stream because we were dealing with a cat that I knew really only had a few hours left, and he did only have a few hours left, and he passed away in the middle of the night. I was talking about it in my last episode, but I don't think it's physically possible for you to watch that whole episode that just uploaded before this live stream started. So anyway, if you want to go back and watch the previous episode, it's probably not the most upbeat episode. But anyway, yeah, Pete passed away. Well, middle of the night. It would have been sometime after 2 a.m, Friday morning. So I took off work and but I was complaining about finances, and then I just got a check for like $45 in the mail from when we sold the previous house. You know, we sold the house, but my wife kept the mineral rights or for the gas or what, you know, the under the ground. She didn't sell that, which it was sneaky. So occasionally we'll get a check for a small amount, but it's really is a blessing because, you know, we're really horrible financial problems here. And that'll pay for me, you know, taking her out for dinner tonight or something, or, you know, we probably shouldn't go out to eat, but it'll pay for some groceries or something. Okay. What are people talking about here, man? What are they talking about? Justin says, might be silly. I wouldn't judge the cups by the sticks. Okay. Yes, that's true. You shouldn't judge cups by sticks. I'm sure that someone could make a. Never mind. It's like usually, yeah, never mind. I think the cups are still quite good, but I don't think I like the sticks. How dare you? Also, the sugar-free Reese's cups are very good. Friar Text says, my condolences to Pete. Pets become members of the family. Absolutely. Yeah, I've had him since 2007. Sorry to hear about Pete. Yes, thank you so much, man. Really, seriously. I have the ashes of my previous 3 pets. Yeah, I'm about to get the ashes of, they have to, we're a small town. They have to send them and come back, and I'll get them not this Monday, but next Monday. If the world doesn't blow up when there's a solar eclipse, I understand that horrible things are going to happen, and all the Satan worshipers are going to be doing weird ceremonies, and I don't know. You hear all kinds of stuff. But remember what was it, like 2003 or something, 2004? Remember they said everything was going to end then? Didn't happen. I wish it had, but I'm sorry to hear about Pete. Kenneth says Thomas Fairfowl. Thank you so much. So I have my pet, my first cat, Princess, and Daisy, my beagle. I have their ashes, and so yeah, this is rough. But so, what else is going on in the world of fun? You guys are all having wonderful lives, right? I hear the economy is great. Gratu, sorry about your cats. It's the Great Legend Show. Thank you so much, Great Legend. Great. That's a great name, Great Legend. That's good. Yeah, I used to call myself the Great Gratu on what was it, MySpace? I think it's great just on social media to call yourself great. I think that's really good. Great to see you live. Yes, alive, alive, alive. Make a fist and we carry on. Yeah, make a fist and stick it to the man. Uh, Micah replied over IG. That would be Instagram. Oh, they're secretly talking Instagram about what a slob I am eating these things. Well, I will continue to eat them until I join Pete in the afterlife. Well, I'll start moving books after I get my energy, man. This is like spinach to Popeye. You need to watch Wednesday night, this upcoming Wednesday. Micah Graphic Man is going to have Spinnerack Studios as his guest, and he's going to show um, every Spider-Man comic ever published. Actually, just the good ones, the 1960s ones. Nothing else is worth seeing. Maybe early 70s. I don't think you're going to be seeing Venom or Carnage. I would have more trust in Spinnerack Studios' taste. Yes, Spinnerack. And Great Legend is my old video game gimmick. I used to be good at games a decade ago. Now, not so much. What were you good at? Seawolf and Gunfight. I remember the very first video games. What was that one that was like vector graphics? Was it Asteroids? Where it was a real shiny lines of the ship floating around. Mike, I can do FF like that. However, more excited about the top secret Chester Gould project. Ah, I do Gunfight. Yeah. Video game circa 1975-76. Those were the days. Remember Death Race? I remember they said they didn't think any still existed of Death Race, and then subsequently they found some cabinets that do exist. That's a game where you were intentionally trying to run over people, and they would scream when you hit them and turn into tombstones. But they said, well, they were actually zombies, so you weren't really killing people. But there were such great graphics on that. Maybe I pull it up on my phone with skeletons driving cars. GTA 4 and Gears of War 2. I used to, on the Super Nintendo, I used to play the Grand Theft Auto that was supposed to be in Los Angeles. I think they called it San Andreas. And my friend, who had just spent 20 years in Hollywood working on horror movies, escaped and came back alive from Hollywood. And literally escaped. And saw me playing it. He said, hey, there's a great place to get donuts if you turn the corner there. Because it was so realistic. He knew exactly where I was in Los Angeles. And this thing, video games sure have changed a lot. Utopia from My Best Friend. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like a great name for a progressive rock album. New album from Yes is going to be released. Utopia from My Best Friend. Their greatest work coming ever, coming soon, summer of 1976. I don't know what these people are talking about in this chat. They're all mental patients, ladies and gentlemen. They're all in hospice care. They're out of their minds. All of these chat people. Don't pay any attention to them. They're demented. Let's see. Amen, Gratude. You remember the old Mattel and television? My dad got me that in 1979. I was just a little tyke. Yeah, I remember that. I never had it. I think a friend of mine had that. I didn't get the Atari 2600. My older brother had it, so I'd go over to his house. He was 10 years older than me, and he was married, man, and I was like 12, and he was in his 20s, right? I'd already been in the Army and gotten out, and he had an Atari 2600. I'd go over there and play it. My mom didn't want me to have an Atari 2600 because she thought if I played it long enough, it would burn images into the screen of the TV, the monitor, which she's actually kind of right. That actually could happen. Remember those old video games in the arcades, and they turn them off, you'd still see the outline of the video game. It burned into the CRT, which used to mean cathode ray tube, but now it means something completely different. San Andreas, it was awesome. It had Samuel Jackson and Chris Penn voice the bad cops. It did? Really? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Game. Game. I guess he's correcting a typo from earlier. You can never tell. They're all aged and decrepit. They have brains like Joe Biden that have atrophied in the chat. You can't trust them. They say silly things like that. Okay, so I've eaten a ridiculous amount of chocolate, drinking this filth. Got the original Nintendo, was about 14. See what I mean? There's something wrong with them. They don't speak English properly, just like Joe Biden. You just can't trust the chat. We hate the people in the chat, unlike other shows. We despise them. I'm just kidding. Don't get offended. I'm going to go throw this trash away if it's okay with you guys. Don't unsubscribe because I went away from the screen. Let's see. What's going on in the chat now? Gratu, have you tried zero sugar Dr. Pepper? It's pretty good. Yeah, but it probably has other stuff in it that will actually nothing. You can't escape it. I mean, they'll have that crap in it that puts holes literally in your brain. Yeah, they want us dead. Let's just face it. There's no chance of escaping it. Yeah, I'm gonna wash this filthy chemical sludge off my fingers, and I'll be right back. All right. So, anyone? Hello, folks. I'll be right back. Well, David Wilcock is about to go live on another stream. He's got 1,000 people watching. I had 3 people waiting. He's got 1,000 people waiting for him to start at 1 o'clock, which is in 1 minute. So you'll probably, most of you will leave and go watch David Wilcock. I'm going to record him and watch him later because Saturday afternoon, I like to talk to my friends here. And let's see what people are saying here in the hospice care room here. Great Legend says, love Reese's peanut butter cups. And Rob Brown says, afternoon, Grotto. Friar Tuck says, Red 40. Rob Brown says, greetings to the chat. Great Legend Show says, I don't think about that. 0 calories and all that other stuff goes in California. LOL. Why not everywhere? And then he says, remember to like the video. Thumbs up. Yes. Okay, let's start putting books into the shelf unit while we wait for David Wilcock to begin speaking about how the world's going to end soon. Yes, indeed. 12 people watching. Graphic Man. Dr. Pepper is my vice. Can't give it up. Remember how good it used to taste? It really used to taste better. When you used to get it out of the vending machines at gas stations. When I was a kid, it was better. I don't know. I think you got to get the stuff from Mexico. You know, it's harder to get up here, but you can still, you get the imports from Mexico where they still use sugar instead of whatever this high fructose corn syrup, and it tastes better. Coke, all those drinks. B-Side says, best reading of comments ever. Gotham City Comics. Hello, I'm still laughing at Statue Bob. Yeah, I was trying to remember the name. What is the name of the guy that collects statues and has 1 million of those $100, $150 omnibus books, and he's got a basement. It's all lined with LED lights. It's all space. This guy's probably spent $1 million. He's got gold chains. He used to be a big fat dude. Now he's skinny. And he used to show all these statues that he got for $1,000. Venom, and I don't know. He's one of Comic Tom's regulars. I was just, what's his name? Statue Bob. But he has an actual name, but anyone watching this show is probably not going to know. If you even know who Comic Tom is, I'd be ashamed of you. LOL. Gratu, you sound like Michael P.S. Hayes from the Fabulous Freebirds. Who's the Fabulous? I've heard of the Fabulous Thunderbirds. I don't know who that is. Graphic Man says, hi, Gotham. Great Legend Show says, great voice. I'm forgetting who I have for each person. B-Side says, glass bottles make all the difference, too. Graphic Man says, Michael, P.S. Hayes was so wonderful doing commentary with Jim Ross. I missed that. This must be wrestling references. It's got to be, because you all know what you're talking, and everyone knows it but me. I'm always left out. Like when all my friends in junior high were talking about Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know what the heck you guys are talking about. Hit points and all this. I know how to play Risk and Stratego, but your game sounds ridiculous. Pete was a beautiful cat. Thank you. Just checked out the thumbnail below. Sorry for your loss. That's when he was a little bitty kitten. Missing Mars says, hey, Kevin. Great Legend Show says, Jim Mint Collectibles. Never knew his real name. Yeah, that's Jim Mint. That's right. Jim Mint Collectibles. Yeah, he's got a lot of money. I don't know where he got it from, but he's not an ex-school teacher, that's for sure. He's probably secretly a dentist. When you did your voice like a pro wrestler guy. Oh, which voice was that? I just am making up random voices. I love Stratego. Love the Spy and Marshall. You get 5 minors. I'd love to do comic book readings, and I was doing them for a little while, but I was doing all the voices. And, David Wilcock came on live. And it's like, well, what happens when there's a girl? So I'm going to try to get my wife and maybe some of you guys on. But, I tried to go on with England Teen one time. And it's like, we were reading Hostess cupcake ads, and someone read the one line and from comic books, and it's like, okay, no one's reading the next line. I guess that's my part. And I said it, and it's like, oh nope, I wasn't supposed to say that line. That was someone else's line. And so we had to go back and start at the beginning. I said, I feel like I'm in 7th grade and I'm in trouble with a teacher. I'm not going to do these comic book readings with other people anymore. I'll do it with myself, where if I goof up, I can just say, hey, heck with it, and just keep rolling with it. But I can't deal with the anal retentive stuff. I'm just here to have fun. I could be hanging out with my wife on a Friday night instead of reading Hostess fruit pie ads. So I've been asked to come on these comic book reading shows, and I don't think they're run the same people, but I just like, no. Maybe, it's just they're always on the wrong nights, man. Thoughts on the scandal with him? I don't know. I've heard a little bit about it. I found something great. Oh, good. Gotham City Comics found something great. So that probably means he's going to be appearing. I'll put the link in the chat. I got to go get my recording started of David Wilcock. That's good to hear. Yeah, Ed Piskor, I don't know. I never minded him, but then I've been a friend of mine was pointing out that guy's really annoying. And I'm saying, oh, okay. I don't know, man. His comic book was somewhat interesting, Red Room, but seemed like he went a little too far. It was like a little sadistic, and I guess he's involved in a situation like what happened to John Kricfalusi, and I just assume not comment on it because I don't know the details or, anything. It's just, I don't know. Don't know much about that, man. I don't know much about I would, but if I was him, I'd probably change my name, because it's probably the first syllable of your last name being piss is probably, that didn't go over too well on the schoolyard, I don't think. But anyway, I will return. Where is my Roku remote, man? Where is the Roku remote? Guys, did you see what I have the Roku remote right here. See? All right. I'm going to get some books off the elevator. Now I'm going to show you books that I've purchased over the years. I do not want you to go to Amazon.com and start buying these books. Unless you're completely financially secure, because I don't really think good things are about to happen to this country. And I think it could, I don't know, I could just say, hey, it's wonderful. But I think I hesitate to show books and comics And I always apologize before I do it, or try to, because I don't want to create problems where you get in trouble with your wives or husbands, if that's doubtful. It's that dynamic in your family that the wife is a comic collector and the husband disapproves. That doesn't happen very often. I guess it could happen. Probably not ever on the face of the planet Earth, but don't go out and start buying stuff. Oh, I didn't know that existed. I better look it up and get it, because just wait. Wait for better times to come. Write it down. Keep a list. That's what I do. I keep lists in my pocket, like the old demented nursing home patient that I am. I keep all the stuff written. Stuff maybe I want. Someday I'll get it. Not now. Okay. So anyway, this is early Dennis the Menace comics. Oh, that light is not shining on me properly. So how are you guys doing today on this wonderful Friday, Saturday, whatever the heck day it is? Doing well, I see. You all look well. Everything seems to be spelled correctly in the chat. Piss, LOL. Yeah, easy name for the bullies to use. You're not creating problems. We all have free will to purchase or not. Yeah, but a lot of us are addicts of addicted to comic collecting or addicted to DVD collecting. I mean, let's face it. And it's like I was joking in my last video that I put up this morning, or right up before this. I was saying, man, it's like showing bottles of booze at an AA meeting. Okay, this is the very early 50s Dennis the Menace comics that this must be a Craig Yo book. It's got to be. It's from, I don't know what that is, paper cut. It's the cult classic comic books by Owen Fitzgerald and Fred Toole. Introduction by Gilbert Hernandez. Okay, so that's that. This is an older book. This is a Plastic Man book. Jack Cole and Plastic Man. So it's all about Jack Cole, from his art and men's comic magazines, rather, to his pre-code horror, to reprints of Golden Age stories. They reprint them like these are toasty, like comics that are about to fall apart. I mean, they may have overdone the brown. This is why I was always, when I was a kid and I saw the Golden Age comics in the price guide, I always assumed they were all going to look like that they were all going to be super brown and falling apart like old newspaper. But it turns out a lot of these Golden Age comics still have like white looking pages, but I wouldn't have known, because where was I going to see a Golden Age comic? Anyway, this is all about Jack Cole. This is a good book. Used to be able to. It's the problem with this book is they've made it where the cover's kind of plasticky, because it's kind of a joke, because it's so it's oversized, and it's the cover is bigger than the book. So on the bottom, it gets bent just from sitting on the shelf. You know, it's nothing you can really avoid unless you keep the book flat on the shelf, which I guess you could do. Here's a book that everybody's got, Marvel Comics, The Untold Story by Sean Howe. This is a book. Now, I may break my rule, and someone went away. I have 11 viewers now. Anyway, we didn't need that person. That person was foul and disgusting, and they smelled badly. Oh, they're back. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. He probably just went away to check the weather and came back, and I'm insulting him for leaving. This is Mail Order Mysteries. Now, this is a really good book, but I think this book, from what I've been told, is like a $100 book on eBay now. This was given to me as a gift from, like a birthday gift years ago when I used to have parties at my house. This girl, an artist and DJ in Dallas, a friend of mine, Patricia Rodriguez, gave me this. Or what? No, she didn't give that to me, actually. It was another DJ. What was her name, man? She was like this vampire looking girl. Man, now I need, oh boy, should I shut up? Because it was one of the two. It was a DJ and it was a girl that gave it to me because they knew I like comics, and they were both cool. Let's just say it was given to me by both of them. It's okay. Neither one's ever going to watch this show. And my politics are so different from them that they never would have gotten 36 minutes into this anyway. So it has all the ads, and it shows what the product looked like in real life. So, you always wondered, what did it look like? This is why it's an invaluable book. It's everything you've ever wanted to know. It shows you. In fact, there's the rocket ship, right? That's what it looked like, man. The cardboard rocket ship. There's a kid with one, man. That's why people pay $100 for this book. It's actually the bargain. And so these are the records. That's what the records look like. And I'll let you know, these are on YouTube. You can listen to these records. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube that you can, whole chapter, House of Horrors, all the horror stuff. So you remember this ad. This is what the posters actually look like, and this book smells wonderful too. Ooh, one of the best books in my library. Let's see what people are talking about in the incredible hospice care room here. You're not creating problems. We all have free will. Okay. Hey, Kevin, your last grab bag was choice. Best one yet, says Missing Mars. Yeah, I wonder what you got. You should tell us, because the last few grab bags that you got, Missing Mars, I helped Kevin pick them. This one was all done by him, so I'm curious. What did you get? Well, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Missing Mars just sends $50 to Kevin Johnson at the historic comic book store, Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, and he says, just give me $50 worth of cool comics, like older comics, and then he just sends him a grab bag, and he's surprised. So that last grab bag, I was like, what did he get? And I bet it was really great. There are much worse addictions out there, believe me. Yeah, but any addiction where you're spending money that could break up a marriage or keep kids. I'm not trying to be a downer here. Or cause kids to not be able to eat at the end. I mean, this shit like that happens when you buy anything, especially, if you're just buying a few $30-$40 of comics a month. But if you're buying these high dollar, like I watch these people on YouTube, I spent $6,500 on this comic book and it was a bargain. But if you're rich, hey, if you're Puff Daddy or something, well, no, you don't want to be Puff Daddy. Would like to see a comedy movie with Plastic Man. I'd like it to be played somewhat seriously with humor there, but don't push the humor too far. I mean, the humor's there inherently, but same tone as the Golden Age comics. Then the Great Legend Show says, hashtag no Diddy. Okay. I guess yes. All right. Here's a celebration of 75 years of the Catwoman's life. This is the kind of stuff you used to be able to get at half-price books, but of course they have to have this horrible stuff where she's a recovered prostitute and they show her being all beaten up. That's not what I want to see. I'd probably end with that era. And I actually own this comic book there. How about that? I own a key issue. It's hard to believe. This is the time period, though, that I like. It has reprints of comics from the whole run of this stuff. How about that? Okay, we're getting into a bat section. This book was on every bookstore in 1989 when the movie came out. And it has, it has the details in every episode, the kind of stuff that you just get off the internet now. But It's better to have it in book form because the internet, one push of Ming the Merciless's finger and it's all gone. And let's see, Gratu, do you have any slabs? I have one slab. I'm sort of an anti-slab person. I have no offense if I know that you have a lot of slab books, but I don't have a lot of valuable books, so it doesn't. The one slab I have, I've told the story before. This homeless man started coming around the comic store that I shopped at, and he lived in his car. And in his car, he was a comic book person. He had comic book stuff and he was selling it, to eat or have gas. And he had a slabbed Dick Briefer Frankenstein comic from 1954 or 55. And I'll sell it for, it's like a 5 point something or whatever. And he sold it. I bought it from him for $50 because I love Frankenstein. I love the logo that was later used for Castle of Frankenstein magazine. I love everything about it. And one of these days I'll smash it open on camera because I'm kind of opposed to the whole idea of it. But if I had a comic that was worth thousands and thousands of dollars, I still don't think I'd send it off to a stranger to slab it. But I don't know, man. It's the whole aspect of comic book collecting is alien to me. And I think it's just the hobby is now a lot less interesting to me now that it's just a bunch of people hunting for books to slab, and it's boring. Missing Mars, Sergeant Fury 145, okay, 150. Marvel Spectacular 7, so that's probably a Thor reprint, maybe. Fantastic Four 89. Ooh. That was part of the Fantastic Four. He bought some Fantastic Fours recently. That was one I had, or I would have snagged it. Adventure Comics 351. Was that one of the dollar comics? I'm not sure. Superboy 453, 456, 457. Fighting Army 107. Charlton Good 125 also. The Fighting 548. Ooh, I didn't know he had any Fighting Fives. That's good. I love Raw more. The smell just takes me back. I've been rebagging old Firestorm books from the mid-'80s. Yeah. Gratu, what is your favorite decade in comic pages to smell? Well, I don't have many comics from the 40s and 50s. Not really. I've got 2 short boxes. The stuff that I have from before 1960 could probably fit, well, not just maybe 3 short boxes, because I do have some older books mixed in with my Archies. I just don't have a lot. I wish I had more, but I've never I inherited, when my dad passed away, the house and a chunk of money that I spent on things like these pinball machines. But don't let that make you think that I'm rich, but because I'm living on a retirement income, and any sane people would say, why don't you just sell those things, man? Stop complaining about the money, you mother. But that's all part of the mental illness. Because I don't have the money to. I guess I assume most people on YouTube made better career choices, but the career choice I made helped me impact many people's lives. And so I shouldn't say, well, it was a bad career choice because it didn't make much money. Well, you know that going into the career I had, that you're not going to make a lot of money, but you will make an impact on people's lives. And that, so you take it for what it, but right now it's bad, but things will get better. Excuse me there, ladies and gentlemen. The 60s have a great smell. I have some Raw Stooges books from the 50s. They smell like The Three Stooges comics don't smell good. What was the company that put out Three Stooges? I don't know if it's the paper or how they were stored, because sometimes things smell, I don't know. Venture Comics 51 is a cover price of 12 cents. Oh, yeah, okay. Is it it must be a Legion of Superheroes. Boy, that's great. That's a great comic. 60s to 80s smell good. 90s smell and upwards don't have that newspaper style smell. Yeah, because they're not newspaper. And impact on people's lives is way better. St. John Publishing, okay. For Stooges, yeah. I'm still intrigued at the comment that Gotham City Comics made that he just found something great. So when the customers clear out, show us what you're talking about. Let me go put some of these books on the shelf, because that's the whole point of this stream.
Someone to love you, you have to become more loving in order to receive their love. You have to learn to write the little romantic notes and all that kind of stuff that guys are supposed to do this stuff. We just put this stuff on tape. I don't know what the hell it is. It's crazy. Get out of here. From New York, what can I say? I've heard all these accents so many times growing up. It's so funny. And then I just realized that like things that I learned are really funny to repeat. And the voices that I heard are really funny to repeat. So that's part of my growth. I dealt with severe pain through laughter and comedy. And impersonations are one of the finest arts out of the Second City School that everybody's going to Chicago is graduating.
Okay.
Performed for Saturday Night Live, including Mike Myers and did all the Austin Powers.
So, 38 special. What, the band? The weapon? I'm not following, but this is Cotton Mather on witchcraft. The first-hand story of the Salem witch trials, witch discourses on why the devil picked New England for his work, the usual temptations offered to become a witch, the best means of discovering witches, and the best ways to foil the temptations of the evil powers. And then completely incongruous UPC code on the back of a book. So if you've ever wanted to read Cotton Mather's book on witches, I have it here in this library. Here is Pinocchio. About that. This was a present to someone in Christmas in 1945. Philip Powell, 61 Westover Terrace. We should look that address up. Yeah, so for those of you that thought Disney came up with Pinocchio, you were incorrect. Great legend. I just ordered some books off Amazon. Reprints John Deaver's Lone Wolf series. It has choose your own adventure in D&D style. Love some good books. I'm a retired librarian. Oh, that's cool. That makes sense. Kermit Schaefer, best of bloopers. Anyway, so you get to read the bloopers. You don't get to hear them or see them. There were also a series of record albums where you could hear them that were considered to be kind of blue material. 7 Wonders of the Modern World. How many of these have been destroyed in the last few weeks by the man? We will never know. Young Faces in Fashion. This used to be in a junior high school library from 1956, first edition. This might be a book my wife would be interested in. An Assassin's Diary. Now, what this is, on May 15th, 1972, an unemployed busboy named Arthur Brimmer, 21 years old and disappointed in love, attempted to assassinate Governor George Wallace of Alabama. As he had in almost all other endeavors in his life, Arthur Brimmer failed. During Brimmer's trial, in support of his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, the defense introduced into evidence a document identified by the FBI as manuscript found in Brimmer's vehicle. The manuscript consists of the last 113 pages of a diary in which Brimmer confided for months. Okay, so that's what this is. If you've ever seen the movie Taxi Driver, this is where that came from. This reads very much like, when you hear Travis Bickle, in his inner monologue, someday a real rain will come and wash all the scum and filth off the streets. It all came from this. This is an actual diary by a guy. Wallace was wounded and was in a wheelchair after that. And anyway, that's what this is. So let's see what people are saying here. Nothing. Still the same old comments. I'm not showing comic books, so people are disappointed. Man does not live by comic books alone. Well, a lot of these are comic book related books, so just get over it, man. 10 people watching. Pathetic. Everyone's watching David Wilcock. I forgot about that. Okay. How about that? I'll put the link in the chat if anyone wants to come in and comment on the books that I'm showing or whatever. Whatever, dude. Okay, let's get these books put up. But they're just such a random assortment. I'd kind of like to put them in some kind of order. You're a librarian, great legend. Maybe you got some ideas.
And it wasn't until the end of the Matrix where Neo got to death by Agent Smith, and then he resurrects.
You ever see people organize books by their color? That's never been something I did, but it looks kind of cool. This is a good book about growing up in the 1970s. Stingray Afternoons by Steve Rushin. We got photographs too in here. How about that? This is a book that was a hand-me-down from my older brothers, Stephen Crane. Great stories of heroism and adventure. Here's Criswell Predicts from now to the year 2000. 87% of Criswell's predictions have come true. Yeah, how about that? Yes, indeed. Vision of the end. There's a vision which repeats and repeats and repeats. There's a black rainbow in the sky, and this black rainbow will herald the coming of the end of life, the end of the world as you and I know it now. This black rainbow will encircle the planet Earth, and it will be seen from every vantage point on the face of the Earth, for at night it will glow with an iridescent light, and at night it will be a black streak across our sky, a rainbow, a jet black rainbow, an ebony rainbow, a black rainbow, which will signify, I should do Chris Moll's voice, which will signify the coming suffocation of our world. This black rainbow will seemingly bring about, through some mysterious force beyond our comprehension, a lack of oxygen. It will draw the oxygen from our atmosphere, as a huge snake encircling the world and feeding upon the oxygen which we need to exist. Hour upon hour after hour, it will grow worse, and we will grow weaker. It is through this that we will be so weakened that when the final end arrives, we will go silently, we will go gasping for breath, and then there will be only silence on the earth. Although it will be of no value for us to know the reason why, for we will no longer exist, the black rainbow will be a magnetic disturbance in our atmosphere set about by change in gravitational pulls throughout the universe. Talk to men of science about this, and will find deep within them a growing fear that this prophecy of mine may prove to be very true. For after all life is gone on the planet Earth, because of the absence of oxygen, the gravitational forces which stabilize our planet will soon be gone also. Sudden shift in gravitational forces will cause our Earth to jump out of orbit and start flying through space closer and closer to the sun. So it's got a nice, happy ending to this book. Who's talking here, man? For nonfiction, you can't go wrong with the Dewey Decimal style. For fiction, you can sort by author's last name, the title of book, or even sort my series like if you have lots of Hardy Boys or Hank the Cowdog, for example. Chris Swell predicting April 8th. Yeah, I kind of like, here's two James Bond books together. You Only Live Twice and The Man with the Golden Gun. Yeah, see, the thing is, as Great Legend knows, and some of you might know, if it says book club edition, it's virtually worthless. You don't want to get a book club edition. But if you just want to have fun reading, you can get a book club edition. But this one doesn't have a dust jacket, but I think it tells you in the book if it's a book club edition, and it probably will be. 1964, a briefer version of this novel originally appeared in Playboy. A lot of cases, the James Bond originally did appear in Playboy. Ian Fleming, oh yeah, says the Kool-Aid Man. No, Great Legend. Yeah, great for the read book club, even Reader Digest edition. Yeah, but the Reader's Digest edition, they're condensed, right? At least the ones I'm thinking of that my parents had were these condensed, and they had like 5 books in one. And it was, have Micah make you a dust jacket for that book. Yeah, I probably have one with a dust jacket. I think my James Bond books are over in this bookshelf over here. Let's see. I thought I had another Criswell book too.
As a length of time that has, they call it a cycle. It leads up to some type of quantum leap. And I talk about this in the book. It's a quantum leap, and it's associated with the sun giving off a bright flash of light. Many different ancient mythologies. There's a solar flash, as I call it. It's not a supernova. The sun doesn't explode. It just kind of goes off from like a full corona mass ejection. The whole entire full halo of the sun, full halo corona mass ejection. But then the sun stays intact. This apparently happens for I should put this with the Batman books. A lot of my books are just way out of order because of the move. This is the Japanese version of Batman, and it's like this. I mean, the front cover's on the back because they made it read, you read backwards like they do in Japan, but it's based, the popularity of the TV series. They did their own Batman. It's not just reprints of the American Batman. It's a completely different version. Yeah, condensed.
Gratu, yes, so awesome. You remember the old Reader's Digest, like 5-in-1 style condensed books. My grandparents had them in the 70s. Yeah, it's just like that was one of those embarrassing things, like those Mantovani records in my dad's collection. It's like, oh man, could you be any less cool, Dad? Missing Mars, that Batman Japanese book is in the manga style. Isn't that what I just said? Or I may not have said the word manga, but that's, yeah, see, it says Bat-manga. Yeah. Japanese Batman book looks so cool. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I used to have access to buying stuff because I had Lone Star Comics, which is now called mycomicshop.com, was down the street from me. And then I had Duncanville Books and near Dallas. Here's you can tell this used to be in a library. It's Robert Heinlein's Half Spacesuit Will Travel. It still has the card in there. This cost $2.95 when it first came out. The chapters 1, 2, they don't have names. Okay. The Monkees. Who's got the button? Look at that psychedelic back cover. Yes, indeed. 1968. Western Publishing. A lot of these are real toasty brown, these TV related books. This is one of those things you just get at the checkout counter in half price books. All it is postcards with covers of the pre-code horror. Ugh. Like you open it, I don't like the sound of the spine. Ugh. Anyway, it's they're not meant to stay together, but whatever. Tales of Terror. Here's the novelization of 2000 Maniacs, which actually came out in paperback when the movie came out. And this is just a newer edition from, I would think this is from the 80s when these movies were released. Yeah, 88. These movies were released on VHS, and it created a whole new market, a whole new group of people interested in Herschel Gordon Lewis's original gore films that were, because he was the guy that kind of started the gore films. Anyway, I have one of Blood Feast too somewhere. Dynamite Magazine. We were talking about that the other night. Here's one of the books that you could get from Scholastic Press, the Dynamite Monster Hall of Fame. So, just a book on movie monsters. Here's the Book of Bond by Lieutenant Colonel William Bill Tanner. My dad, when he retired, I wish he'd written books like this. He was a full colonel. But, it's all... Oh, it tells you everything you need to know about James Bond from his books. Like here, music. It tells you what kind of music you like if you're James Bond. And it tells you the exact book that came from. It's almost like it's like a book with quotes from the Bible, except it's quoting Ian Fleming. So music, you tolerate cabaret-style voodoo drumming, calypso bands, and in the company of a girl, Levie and Rose. You have heard of Wagner. Painting, you're acquainted with the Mona Lisa and with Botticelli's Venus. Drama, if caught in a theater, explain you're only there because the man you're following is too. Well, let's see, movies. You remember Charles Laughton in The Private Life of Henry VIII, but since it came out in 1933, you might be better advised to shut up about it. Anyway, it's all, if you were planning to become James Bond, then. This is James Bond World of Values. Now, Among the hottest items on the library market today are the Ian Fleming books about James Bond's Secret Agent 007. Are these books just a wonderful way of escape, or perhaps just a giant spoof on certain aspects of modern life, or do they really reflect the moral climate of our time? This is a keen analysis of the values found in these books by one who believes they do mirror moral attitudes and is concerned about it. Over 1 million people heard these ideas expressed on National Broadcasting Company television programs that were favorably and widely reviewed. Dr. Starkey isolates widely held moral attitudes seen in the James Bond books: sex, sadism, status, leisure time fun, and narrow nationalism. He then shows how unreal they really are, how they devaluate the human being, and what a distorted picture of life they portray. The guy's name is, what a name, Lycurgus M. Starkey Jr. is a minister whose interest is in understanding of broad social values, was previously demonstrated in a popular book, Money, Mania, and Morals, published by Abington. So anyway, when things are really popular, or it used to be, they would put out books that would talk about either how there's really a Christian element in those movies that's hidden, or they would, in this case, talk about how these are really negative things reflecting our society. So this is an early one. There was one that came out when Star Wars came out in 77, 78, called The Force of Star Wars. And that one was about how there was Christian elements behind the Force. And then there was another one that came out earlier in the 70s about, it was called The Mad Morality, and it was about Christianity seen in Mad magazine. I don't know if there was one about The Simpsons, but I've heard people talk about that The Simpsons makes fun of a lot of the minister in The Simpsons was never really a subject of ridicule like in most TV shows, most media. They always make fun of the Christian characters. They're always the butt of the joke. But in The Simpsons, they never did that. Although the next door neighbor was a Christian and they made him seem like this weird fuddy-duddy, but they never, they made him seem nerdish, but they never went real far with it like most shows do. What else has been like that? Anyway, I mean, James Bond books and movies are about a professional assassin. So, yeah, his morality was, yeah, the James Bond movies and books don't really reflect very wholesome morality. What's going on in the chat? Let's take a darn look over here at these mental patients and cretins. Great Legend says, Missing Mars, great seeing you. Lon Chaney Jr. was my favorite growing up Wolfman. Hey, Legend, likewise, bud. They used to run a double feature on Sundays in the afternoon. I fell in love with black and white horror. Bela Lugosi was great, too. 14 watching. Please like this video and show love to Gratu. Hey, heart. So, Dr. Fives is here. Hello, Gratu. So sorry for your loss of Pete. I understand why you're so sad. Thank you so much, Dr. Fives. Missing Mars says hello. Anyone that wants to come on, I'm showing books, but I'd love to be able to talk to people. I'm trying to keep my mind off of stuff. You could come on. Don't be afraid that I'm going to start crying like in the last episode. It might happen, but, you know, that's just because I'm demented. Jambo Comics says, hey, gang, the Hotel Orloff live. Always something cool going on at the hotel. That's what they all say. Great Legend Show. Good morning, Doctor. Jumbo Hart. The Great Legend. Hello, my friend. Okay. This James Bond book you used to always see in the ads in the Monster Times. Remember, hopefully you all are cool enough to, if you've never, the Monster Times, one of the greatest things about growing up in the 70s, that in Castle of Frankenstein. They always were selling this book. And it's a wraparound cover. How about that? This book is from 1972. the Tantivy Press. It's from New Jersey. Tantivy Press. Look at that. It's on 168 New Bond Street, London. Well, it's all about the movies and everything. It's all, everything you need to know about James Bond. So I'll keep the James Bond stuff together. All right. So I'll go put more books on the shelf. As I create my library, they tried to make this into a kitchen, but they never finished it. So I'm just putting all my books here. Moving furniture and rearranging books just gets my mind off of stuff.
So I found out it's pentagonal. It's 9,125 years cycle is pentagonal. Those are just last time I'm explaining a little bit. So again, we live in a binary solar system, 25,920 years orbit. Talk about that, we're in the Centauri.
Okay.
That we all want another source to talk about. They all, in their own way, add up to 25,920 years, including the Mayan calendar and the ages of the zodiac. So here it is, folks. This is my big breakthrough. I was so excited. I remember right where I was, up in my bedroom in Spain. 5,125 years, 25,625. Just again, very, very close to 25,920. 25,920 is actually a measurement of the.
Let's see what people are saying here. Jambo says Missing Mars. Jambo says would like to get on at work now, fixing a walk-in cooler. We'll try to make it on later when I get back home if you're still on. Jambo says Missing Mars. Hello, my friend. Great Legend Show says I love books. I used to go out in the stacks and shelve books with the shelvers. It is so relaxing. Great Legend Show. Plus, I get to browse the shelves myself for books to read. All right, what do we have here? It's one of those Classics Illustrated kind of books. The Invisible Man. It's not Classics Illustrated. It's Now Age Illustrated paperbacks. These, I think, were all illustrated by probably Filipino artists. I'm thinking, yes. It's actually adapted by, look at that, big names. And it is Alex Nino, the illustrator. Okay. Outstanding art. These books came out, I would say, late 70s, 74. Yeah, like I said, late 70s. Okay. Look, it's O. Henry, Strictly Business, from a library. He's not just the guy they named the candy bar after, but he's the guy that came up with the, this was donated to this public library by Ada Kirk in 1958. He's a guy that, you know him for the twist endings, the surprise endings, Twilight Zone. Everyone's, oh, it's an O. Henry ending. It's EC Comics kind of ending. More stories of the 4 million. There's O. Henry himself. How about that? And this edition is from 1913. This house wasn't even built when this book came out. Can you imagine? Jambo says, I have so many books, not enough shelves. Great Legend says, welcome to the cooler, Jambo, spoken in my Mr. Freeze voice. I could go for an O. Henry candy bar. That's good eating. Jambo says, LOL, yeah, it wasn't working, so it wasn't too cool in there. Okay. Here is your war. Pile. Not Gomer Pyle, but Ernie Pyle. 1944. So the war was still going on, as you know. How about that? Incredible. This Ain't No Disco, the story of CBGB. This needs to be in the music section and the entertainment and the arts section. Roman Kozak. Yeah. Where the Ramones, Blondie, and all those kind of bands started. The Cramps. Crackpot. The Obsessions of John Waters. Filmmaker. Made fine American films. Tom Corbett. Space Cadet. Stand by for Mars. Dr. Fibe says, I have the box set of the illustrated books that came out in 1977. Of course he does. Great legend. Gratu voices crack me up. Would love a good Gomer Pyle voice. I don't know if I could do that. Jim Nabors was riding with Biden. Riding with Biden. Yeah, I don't know what the politics of Jim Nabors was. The people that I have known of that persuasion that Jim Nabors and Rock Hudson were conservative. I wouldn't necessarily. They're not always. Yeah, I've known. I've had several friends over the years that were of that persuasion, and they were like real right wing. It was not what you would expect. Okay, this is a school textbook, and how old is this? I need to have a sorry. I need to have a section of textbooks. This is teaching you English in. Oh, the heck with it! Oh, it's right here. That's the advantage of doing several live streams. You happen to have it right handy. Okay, what year is this from? 1934. Printed in the United States of America. Nature's Gifts. Color illustration. Gratu, did you ever read Johnny Tremaine? I did, and I saw the movie, which I'm sure is not quite the same. Love that book. Movie was good too. I have two friends of that persuasion are very conservative, very strange. Yeah, I think we're being lied to by what we see in the media. Because people of that persuasion tend to have more money because they don't have children. And when a man and woman are married, a lot of times the woman doesn't work or works a part-time job, or, well, I'm thinking 40, 50 years ago. Or if they work, their job is not as high paying as the man's job, that it just adds extra income to the family. Whereas when you've got two guys living together and they both are making maximum guy incomes, and if you accept that men make more than women, which is probably not really true, I don't know. But if you got two male incomes and you have no children, then you can move in and fix up old houses in neighborhoods that have gone bad, and you have the money to do all kinds of stuff, and you've got money and you don't really like to see it taxed, and so they become more conservative. I don't know. Plus, if you're frequently the target of bullying and people beating you on the street just for how you walk or talk, then maybe you are more prone to, like the police. And I don't know. It's just me speculating why that is true. Okay, what are people saying here? Same uncle was a G, but he loved. That's George Bush, the son of the old. I think I'm being forced to read some funny things. I don't want to say these things out loud because YouTube won't like me saying these things, man. You guys can get me in trouble yet. James Warren, Empire of Monsters, a book I'm looking forward to reading that I got a few months ago from Gotham City Comics. I missed out on the hardcover because when you snooze, you lose, but at least I got the soft cover. It's all the life of James Warren. You know who he is. I don't need to tell you that. Here's a book on the Texas Rangers, not baseball team. It's the real Texas Rangers. Guys look like that. And that, they didn't mess around. Who was your favorite Batman 1966 guest villain? Love your shirt, by the way. Man, I don't know. There were so many great ones. I can't really answer. Probably Julie Newmar, but they were all great. I mean, Frank Gorshin was the definitive Riddler. No one will ever be able to top that. Burgess Meredith, perfect. Penguin. I mean, they were all perfect in their roles. Joker, Cesar Romero, even though he didn't shave his mustache, I thought that was hilarious that he didn't shave it. They did great. Yeah. Yes, indeed. How about that? Oh, this has a foreword by J. Edgar Hoover. How about that? The FBI. From Landmark Books. Lots of comments here. Newmar was so lovely. King Tut was my favorite. They were all perfect. Amen. Tut, another good one. Mine was Otto Preminger, Mr. Freeze. He was great. Yeah. The first Mr. Freeze on there was great. I was just thinking about that. Hoover was an OG. Here's from the publisher of National Lampoon. This is his story of National Lampoon. Of course, he was just the guy that put up the money. He wasn't the genius behind National Lampoon. But it's still, I was always a huge fan of National Lampoon. Okay. How about that? Okay. Doesn't look like anyone wants to come on today. Everybody's shy today. I'll put the link here again. I still want to know what Gotham City got that he just discovered. I want to know. I have to know. Like that guy in Dirty Harry that's laying on the cement, And Dirty Harry is, it's like Clint Eastwood says, I know what you're thinking. Did I fire 6 shots or only 5? But and he's anyway, the rest of it. All right, it's Kevin from Gotham City Comics. What's going on in Mesa, Arizona, Kevin?
It's going good. Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
What streaming network has the Hanna-Barbera stuff?
Oh, I can't pull it up right now because I'm recording something. That was told to me, man.
Does anybody in the chat know?
I'll show it to you. I just don't. I have the. It's called. I'll find it. I'll promise. I'll tell you soon.
I'm trying to look it up right now on the.
Justin says HBO Maz. I don't know what that is.
HBO Max.
Yeah, but I don't think is that true? Max and Boomerang. No, I think what he's talking about though is there's a Roku channel that when you open it up, it has about 20 channels, and it's like the Spider-Man channel. It's all the X-Men channel. It's like I think it's not really a totally legitimate. I think it's kind of a bootleg, kind of illegal channel, and it has because the Hanna-Barbera stuff, some of it looks like it came from a VHS source.
So
Yeah,
it's a free, it's
it was
like a free
told to me
channel.
by
'Cause I thought
Friar
Boomerang used
Tuck.
to have all that
Friar
stuff.
Tuck's. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I thought Boomerang had all that stuff.
Does Boomerang still exist?
I don't know. Maybe it combined with something.
I don't know if they do, but I would either Friar Tuck's the one that told me about it, and and then also archive.org, you can get all the original 67 Fantastic Fours, and you can get probably Space Ghost. I know you can get Frankenstein Jr. and the Impossibles and beam those to your TV. Anyway, is that Congo the one that you've been looking for with the very first Sea Monkeys ad?
Yeah, and look at this. I got it today, and it's a file copy. It says.
A file copy. Wow.
And look I never knew this about this book.
Oh, wasn't everyone joking about Turkish taffy some
Yeah.
time? Was that on the Four Color Fossils?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I never got the inside joke. I missed where it started.
I thought they were talking about like hashish or something.
Yeah, I don't know. But there's even a little bit of their logos looks a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, that looks weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't. That bee looks, when Strange Life jokes about P symbols. I won't say the. It looks. That one I could agree that looks a little suspect.
Yeah, you can't use that. You can't use that. No one would use that logo anymore.
You remember the camel cigarettes cartoon camel? His head looked exactly like that. That's cool. So that is the very first ad ever for Sea Monkeys. How did you find that out?
One of the Sea Monkey experts that I follow told me about it.
Only you would follow Sea Monkey experts. That's great. And what year is it from? Like 62 or something?
Let's see.
Look at those white pages.
I can't read it. Can you guys read it?
If you moved it up a little bit, I could. Where is it? Does anybody see it? It's got to be there. Move over. 63, September 63. So just a few months before Kennedy assassination.
This thing smells really good.
Yeah, wow. You've been looking for that for a while. Look at that. Oh, and I love that ad for the dinosaur with his tail. What is it? Grog? Grog grows own tail. How wonderful. Man, this comic's a lot better than that movie ever was. Can you imagine if someone had a movie like this? Oh, there it is. Aqua Circus. Do they even call them sea monkeys in the ad?
No.
See, now you've got to find the first time they actually were shown as being humanoids, like a 1950s family with the mom and dad and smoking the pipe. I don't think he was smoking a pipe, but if I had drawn him, he would be like Hugh Beaumont. That's amazing. So the very first appearance of the brine shrimp being sold in comic books. And it's what issue number? Sometimes they don't put it on the cover.
Oh, look at it says 14, but somebody lightly wrote it in a pencil right there.
Yeah, because it wasn't written on the cover. Yeah, and there's probably someone running a comic store that did that.
I'll leave it there.
That's great.
Instead of erasing it, I'll leave it there.
Yeah. What else have you acquired? Like anything cool come into the store that's for sale? Obviously, that's never going to be for sale.
That glossy, real glossy still.
Yeah. Yeah. And Charlton was not known for gloss. Usually when you bought it off the rack, it didn't have gloss, but sometimes they did. Amazing. There was a Power Girl comic. I sent him a picture, like, can you get this book? And he says, no, that's a trick where you have to order 25 copies to get that cover. And it was actually a really cool picture. They're really ripping off comic store owners. Because that's, if you had two customers that wanted a copy of that, you'd be stuck with 50 copies of Power Girl, which is probably a crummy comic. But who was the artist that drew that? Do you know?
I saw the name. It was somebody I wasn't familiar with.
Yeah, let me see if I can't find that. I put it on Oh no, I deleted my Instagram in order to do my last episode. I have so little memory, I have to delete apps. But now I'll put Instagram back on.
I gotta have it out by today because the guy's going to a convention.
So where I'm gonna sound like Night Tiger now. It's like, where did you get that? Because he always asks, what, like they're gonna have tons of them. But did you get it from mycomicshop.com, from eBay?
No, it was a new store I've never ordered from before.
Oh, I'm not insulting it, Night Tiger. It's just that's his shtick. He says, how much did that cost? Where did you get it? You know, I joked with him about that.
He wanted 20, and I think I gave him 15 for it.
Yeah, that's a good price. That's a real good price for a book in that good a condition.
That's why I've been waiting for the right one to come along.
Yeah. Wrestling ring out next year.
I'll make them fit. I'll get another box. I have to, yeah. I'll get another box.
Yeah. Fragile.
Yeah.
When you appear on the show, is it on the monitor in the store?
I've done that before, but right now we're trying to find cartoons to watch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. Man, does anyone remember what that channel was called? Or if Missing Mars, I think, is watching. If you ask your brother Friar Tuck, then we could tell him what the channel was. Oh, I remember what it was. It was called Comic Nerds, spelled with a Z at the end instead of an S. Yeah, type into your Roku Comic Nerds with a Z.
I was thinking there was an official one.
No, it's a bootleg channel. He says sometimes it gets taken down, then it comes back up.
I was just looking for something official, just because I have a bunch of streaming networks now.
I don't know if there's an official Hanna-Barbera.
There used to be.
I think Warner owns all that stuff now. So that guy that just said HBO, Justin, who said HBO Max, might be right, because I think Warner owns, obviously, the Warner Brothers cartoons. They own DC and they own Hanna-Barbera. They bought it all up.
So it's Warner Brothers now?
Warner Communications or whatever they're called now owns HBO. They own DC Comics, Mad. They own everything. So I didn't know that those. I know that on HBO Max, I think they have the '60s Aquaman cartoon, and it looks pristine, like better than it would have when it aired on Saturday morning in the '60s, because they like restored it, done like 4K remastering and stuff.
I was lucky for that too. Right-handed. Dude, this is how come it's so easy with my left and the right? I'm like, what the hell?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay.
Great job.
You looking for old G.I. Joe or new G.I. Joe? Phil Noto did one? Was it IDW? Or was it before IDW? Was it The Devil's Due? Well, it's because the IDW, you know, went hundreds of issues, and it just ended recently.
Who does it now?
But now it's Image, but that's just recent that happened. But it went 300 issues over at IDW.
That's it. There's a whole lot. Next one over, I think.
But it might be Devil's Due. It's like older than 10 years.
No, it couldn't be at all. Phil Noto told you
Yeah, well, I know. I've only known it for the past 6 years, probably.
This book, From the Velvets to the Voidoids, a pre-punk history for a post-punk world. This will go with that CBGB book.
Because he's a cover artist now.
but I really like the way he also
This is Dark Power.
Cable, the X-Men.
It's from the Black Cat Detective series.
Like, but I'm saying recently, I've only seen him on covers recently.
It's just it's like a paperback. It's just a little bit bigger, and it won't fit in your back pocket like a pocketbook. It's just really
I didn't know he did interiors on that book.
really from what's that date?
Portrait of the girl spy.
1930, but this is copyright 45, so this is
Was it
right as
the
World War II is ending that this book came out. Really nice cover.
Oh, you found a pencil.
This is The Hidden Persuaders. It's about subliminal advertising.
More recent.
What makes us buy, believe, and even vote the way we do? An introduction to the new world of symbol manipulation and motivational research.
Thomas probably bought all that.
Remember, they used to have show what was hidden in an ice cube and all that. Barbie solves a mystery, probably better than that whole movie that just came out.
I have 5. I have 1 and 5.
This one has nice white pages.
How recent is this?
It's not a Whitman, it's from Random House, so that's probably why.
Uh-huh.
May I see the other ones? Because they
This
have
is
one.
Ready now, 3 brand new books about Barbie and her friends. What do you think this is from? About 63, 64?
That's number 1 from the series.
63.
Is that Moon Knight?
Yeah, but it's because it's a Knight's End variant.
Or is there? Is
Moon Knight.
Copyright 58 because that's when the doll was invented, came out.
Yeah,
Nice
so keep
illustrations.
No, because a kid will buy this one and they read Moon Knight and then he
There's
reads it.
oracles of Nostradamus. Maybe this will give us the inside skinny about next Monday and the big solar eclipse.
This is safe.
And this Spider Woman, they restarted it
It's
over,
important
like
book to
5
have in your
times.
library.
So it's confusing because you see now
And I stopped buying comics about 3
Famous
years.
Tales of Sherlock Holmes.
it's even worse now than it was then.
That's
Like
where
they
he
only
lived.
did it after 5 issues, 6 issues.
Wow. By Sir Arthur Conan Doyle with biographical illustrations and pictures from early editions of the stories, together with an introduction by William C. Weber. There he is in 1921. This edition is from 58. This is from Follett. Nobody's commenting in the chat because I called them all mental patients and deranged, decrepit hospice care victims. They don't like that. Oh, well. Here is your, I already showed you this book. Okay. Get some of these older looking books together so it looks like a dignified bookshelf.
I had to go buy a new bookshelf too.
Did you? Well, this isn't a new bookshelf. Luckily I have an elevator. I'm moving stuff down from upstairs and makes for good content. So it may be a month or so before I don't know what is going on with our finances before I can make another dent out of the hold pile, Kevin. We're really hurting here.
There's somebody brought you something here.
Oh, really? You're kidding me.
I can send it now, or I can wait.
Would it be worth me trying to come up with a little bit, $20 or something to make it more a package, more worth mailing without spoiling the secret? That's nice. He's got customers that come. One particular customer that's brought me several presents. That is so cool. It's up to you. Let me see if I can't come up with a little bit of something before my birthday and I'll contribute to it. What's going on? Dr. Five says you're spot on with that description when it comes to me. Oh, okay. Yeah. Does Gotham City Comics have a YouTube channel? Yes, he does. And he puts up when he gets his comics, which is about a week before they hit the stands. Is that about right?
Yeah, about a week. Yeah, maybe
he
8
shows
days.
You got to go to his channel because it shows all the comics, their covers, what are coming out. And I think he might be one of the first people on YouTube that shows all the new books. Some comic stores get them the morning of. What I was used to is someone going at 7 a.m. to the airport or wherever these books get distributed back in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and picking them up and bringing them back and opening up the boxes. Or sometimes they'd get them the day before and they'd open up. See, comic stores can sell DC on Tuesdays, but they have to wait till Wednesday for Marvel. But a lot of comic stores just wait till Wednesday, and that's when they unveil all the new DC and Marvel. But technically, they won't get in trouble. And supposedly, are there really spies that go around and check on comic stores to make sure they're not selling the books early? How does that work? There used to be. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so
that was when there was only one distributor. Now there's 3.
Yeah. I don't know, but yes, he definitely has a channel, and it's worth subscribing to. And you're going to start doing other stuff on there. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm almost at. I think I'm almost at 700. I'd like to get to maybe 1,000, and then I can start doing a lot more.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, so subscribe, all 16 of you, if you haven't already. because you know that comic book Palace, they do reviews of all the new comics. I don't know where that comic store is, somewhere on the East Coast, but it would be cool if Kevin was doing reviews.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
Yeah, we switched cards. Yeah,
That's very.
1948. They figured you get a lot of people kind of off where they were. Like over here, some cards. Let me. Oh, these guys. Yeah, you got
Yeah. I keep creeping out.
He tears them apart, he throws them on the ground.
Yeah.
He says, that's the life of the Roman emperor. And he was little island.
Oh shit! Ah, crap!
Oh no, what was that?
Nothing horrible, just me tripping as usual. And offending my audience that don't like cursing. 18 watching. Welcome to Hotel Orloff. Boy, you're like an official ambassador. You're like the maitre d'. Please. Here's Batman and Me. This came out when the 89 movie came out, and this is all complete, I hate to say it, but all lies. I mean, clearly Bob Kane never drew that illustration of Batman or hardly any other illustration. He is you think he drew that, you're smoking something. He didn't really do anything. He hired other people to do everything and took credit for it. All these lithographs he did are not his artwork. He would try to impress girls in restaurants, with his ascot and everything, and he'd draw a crude Batman head on a napkin. But no, other people are behind Batman. He basically came up with the name and kind of, that's about it. Yeah, when the 89 Batman movie came out, there were a lot of books that flooded the stores. This was another one, Tales of the Dark Knight. So I'm trying to put all these Batman books are all kind of together. Here's another one of those books about the Bat-manga. This one's put together by Chip Kidd. So the back cover is the front cover, and this as well. This should be actually the front cover. It's the Japanese did a great job of I call them Japanese comic books. Some of you may call it manga, because when I say Japanese comic books, it offends people horribly. Just like when you say Japanese cartoons, they get really upset. It's anime, not cartoons. Look at that Batman plane. Just amazing Japanese illustrations of Batman. It's from Chip Kidd. He always puts out great books. And this is another Chip Kidd book about the Batman animated series, which was truly breathtaking. And haven't watched it in a lot of years, but when it came out, I mean, I went to the Dallas Fantasy Fair, and it was a couple of months maybe before the show premiered.
The price gun. What'd you do that for?
I didn't do it. It fell out on the price gun.
They showed the first couple of
Don't hand me ink like that.
episodes. I think it was called On Dark Wings. It was about Man-Bat, and they showed 2 episodes in a room of this upcoming Batman series. I couldn't believe it. It's like, well, they're making it like the old Max Fleischer Superman cartoons, and it was just everything about it was brilliant. And so this, the best adaptation of Batman ever on
That's the old
film
one.
was the series, and it's right up there with Johnny Quest and
Right.
as far as great cartoon adventure series. And now it exists in the form of a wretched Harley Quinn cartoon on HBO Max or whatever that's on, that's all X-rated and perverse, terrible. This is Encyclopedia of Comic Book Heroes, Volume 1, Michael Fleischer. Some people forget Michael Fleischer did these scholarly encyclopedias of everything in Batman's history. He also did one for Superman and I think one for Wonder Woman. This is great. You know, he's the guy that wrote the Jonah Hex comics, and he was a great comic writer. Oh, Meyer's here. Who else is in the chat here? Oh, I'm missing a lot of people. Meyer Greenblatt says, hello to all the losers and hospice patients. Yes. And I escaped from my room and got wheeled here. Let's see, Meyer. Why, hello, bud. The Great Legend Show says, hey, Meyer. Just subbed, Meyer. Meyer says, my sleep schedule got screwed up a couple nights ago. I went back to sleep after the morning show. I was wondering where you were. My wife's asleep upstairs too. We're all screwed up. But I think the upcoming apocalypse next Monday will get us all straightened back out. Meyer Greenblatt says, thank you, Great Legend. And Missing Mars says, Chip Kidd did a great hardcover book called Batman Collected. Yeah, I think I have that. It's probably the next book I pull off the elevator. Apex Comics says, hey, Gratu Orloff, Meyer, Great Legend, at Missing Mars. Great Legend Shows says, Apex, great to see you. Apex Comics says, it's in the background. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Meyer says, hail Apex. And that's the end of the, no, it isn't. Same to ya, Legend, and a splotch of a red hand. I don't know what that means. Just sub to you, Apex. Thanks, Legend. Much appreciated. Wow. Everybody's having a mutual love association, friendliness, happy time there in the chat. Okay.
Yes, somebody subscribed to us, I see.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's great.
Hey, I have to print out a shipping label. I'll come back in a little bit.
All right, that's cool. This
Okay.
is Comics Gone Ape. The Missing Link to Primates in Comics by Michael Fury. So if you were thinking of writing a book about all those purple covers and purple apes, this guy beat you to it, unfortunately. It's all about apes. This is one of the greatest things in the world, and I forgot I owned it. Talking with Joe Kubert about apes. Why am I not reading this book? Why am I doing this stupid broadcast instead of reading this book? What is wrong with me? Here's Collecting Monsters, film and TV. It's good to move bookshelves from time to time and look through all your books and remember what you have, because I might have gone out and said, oh, I got to buy that book. Look, it's amazing. And then I already have it. Look at this. This lobby car, I've got a fake one. Oh, shit. David Wilcock ended. He's just over there spinning his circle. Or either that or I've lost my Wi-Fi. What? You only went for an hour and a half, David Wilcock. What's wrong with you? think maybe my Wi-Fi's down. What the heck? I think my Wi-Fi is down. If my Wi-Fi is down, how am I still doing this broadcast? What is going on here? The hotel is bringing us together. Maya says, now that we have everyone here, there's going to be a macrame class after meds in the day room. Great Legend Show says, who is David Wilcock? Does he collect stuff like us? David Wilcock you probably know him from like the Ancient Aliens show that used to be on. He's kind of a new agey guy. He's right-wing politically. He thinks he's a reincarnation of Edgar Cayce. He actually looks almost exactly like Edgar Cayce, kind of like in the old Dark Shadows show. When they go back in time and everybody looks the same, their reincarnations or whatever. Yeah, I think my Wi-Fi is out. He's fun to listen to. He's not an atheist. He's not anti-Christian, but he's believes in a lot of crazy stuff. He's just fun to watch. And sometimes he'll do a live stream and sometimes it sounds like he's got some interesting information about what's going to happen in the future, but usually it doesn't pan out. How do you describe David Wilcock? Do any of you even know who he is? I'm excited about him being on, but I think my recording of him got messed up by my Wi-Fi being out. I bet my wife might watch that guy maybe. Yeah, very cool. I love Dark Shadows. Well, I don't know that liking Dark Shadows is a prerequisite to liking just David Wilcock. It's just interesting. I think he's interesting. Here's a Hero a Go-Go. This was sent as a present to me by Charlton 66. It's just all the 60s go-go era in comics. It's just everything. Because that period around 1966, 67 I was only a little baby learning to walk, but it was like one of the ultimate times to be a kid. Maybe not ultimate time to be draft age, but to be a little kid, it was a cool time. And my wife got this for me that first 2 birthdays ago. Knockoffs, totally unauthorized action figures. Like Battle Man and Amicable Herculean. This is put up by the Plaid Stallions guys. They have a channel here on YouTube. I think Brick Mantooth is the channel. Look at this Mighty Car. It's bootleg Mr. T toys. It's just sometimes it's fun to see all these bootleg toys, like that. I don't know. It amuses me. And I got for that same birthday this Rack Toys book. Rack toys are toys that are sold on racks like this, or you get them at 7-Eleven. A wall of toys that are just hanging on little what do you call them? Little metal sticks. This Japanese. What is that even? What is that supposed to be? So, Man from U.N.C.L.E. and James Bond both used this bizarre device to fight Rodan. I guess it's a flashlight. The flashlight looks like a cigar. It's a little disturbing looking. I own that. I didn't know that was okay. Monster Glasses. It's a great book. Glowing Superheroes. Yeah, great book. Okay, so I know aliens, also known as the Greys, are actually fallen angels using fallen angel tech. When billions disappear, they will say aliens took us. But in reality, Jesus called us up to be with him. Okay, that's who that's David Wilcock. You're a David Wilcock is like that. That's what David Wilcock is like. All that what you just said, which I find highly entertaining. But ooh, that's weird. The alarm system is hooked to this Google stuff, and it just says, "How's your day going?" over there, listening into what I'm saying. Oh boy, the man is listening to us. Truth seekers is what we call them. Amen. Yeah, David Wilcock's written a bunch of books and everything. He's a cool guy. My dog is making weird noises over there. She's sleeping. This is The Conquest of Mexico, parts 1 and 2. This is the background of our war and the outline of history by H.G. Wells. Those will look good on the top shelf. Very dignified. Okay. All right.
real villain will not be televised. Not be televised.
Yeah, that sucks. He's still on, man. That sucks. Yeah, the Wi-Fi went out in the middle of the David Wilcox stream, so I've got another disc in. I rewound and we're recording. Now, another guy that puts out great books is Craig Yo. You guys all know about him. Let's see what people are saying. Dr. Five says, unfortunately, I have to go to work on a project for tomorrow. Watch the rest of the show later. Take care, everyone. Cool. Yeah, everyone. I mean, it's Easter weekend. It's hard for people to come on. Great shelf so far, says Graphic Man. I got the mother-in-law, brother-in-law coming over, going to make pizza dough, and we'll listen from here on out. Yeah, everyone's got family coming over. That's why no one's coming on today. Great hanging with you, Sir Gratu. Thank you, Great Legends. Nice to last comment. Yeah, thank you. This is Craig Yo book, Archie's Madhouse. Hey, humbugs, don't panic. It's madder, it's crazier, it's sicker, it trumps them all. You'll crack up with this lampooning. This was Archie's attempt to do a mad style comic. And, but, it had the Archie gang in it, but it was, it had a lot of monster stuff. Boris Karloff's photo album. But this is a great, it's not a reprinting of every issue of Madhouse, but it's got enough of it. It's just a humorous, but really cool Archie comic. Archie's Madhouse. And then sometimes it was called Archie's Mad with lots of stretched out mad. And then it was Archie's Madhouse, Mad Glad. So they changed the name somewhat. Here's another one of these Craig Yo books. Howard Nostran's Nightmares, chilling archives of horror comics. So they're very nicely put together, and books about artists that normally have not ever had books devoted to them. You open them up and it's just cool as heck. Reprints of the old pre-code horror comics. I wish I had more of these books. Yeah, this one looks like it's from the original artwork. Yeah, those are good books to get. Here's one. Dick Briefer's Frankenstein. I mean, they're not even that expensive as books like this would normally go. It's only $21.99. Look how it opens up. See, there was the mean version of Frankenstein, see, and you open it up. There was also the cartoonish version of Frankenstein. There were two versions of Frankenstein. The comic went from being a straight horror comic to a goofy kind of cartoon, funny Frankenstein book. So here is the goofy Frankenstein funny book, and then this is the more horrifying version, but it's the same artist. Um, yes, I know Craig Yo. He did the Popeye Classic reprints and have some other compiled comic books. He's great. He's got this long beard. Uh, he does. He's not. He's got different politics. I see from his Facebook where he. I don't know. Hopefully, I'd be able to. A lot of times people that have politics like that get very mad at someone that says, I like Trump. And it's like, I don't mind. If you tell me you like Biden, I'm not, can I say, oh man, well, sorry, but I'm not going to like hate you if you're cool enough to put out books like this. But a lot of times people on the other end of the spectrum automatically hate you, and they chew you out. But I would never do that to somebody. And I'm not assuming that he would do that. I know nothing about him. So he seems like a cool guy. But I've noticed, sometimes people have different opinions. Of course, they're wrong. Here's a horror by Don Heck. And let's see. This is a lot of his covers have this little cutaway. So you open it up, and that cutaway view of the bullet hole goes to a devil head. It's Don Heck. You imagine this guy ever dreamed that someone would put out a hardcover book of the stuff he was cranking out? I doubt he would have ever believed. Someday you'll be famous for drawing stuff like this. And it's like, no, I kind of don't believe you. But here's a cool book. The great thing about living near half-price books is you used to be able to get books like this so cheap. And I still live near one. There's one right about an hour away from me, but you move to a little small town, and what was that Ray Bradbury story? Man, what was it? Where Ray Bradbury story where the family is on Mars, and gradually the kids start changing and saying, Father, I'd like to be called blah blah. I want to be called this name, and and it's like, why do you want to be called that name? I don't know. It just sounds cool. It's a metaphor for, when you come to a new country as an immigrant, and your kids are the first ones that start changing, and instead of Jorge, I want to be called George, and the kids are like, and the kid was called over to his father, Utha. It's like, what are you saying? Utha. It turns out that's the ancient word for Marsh. The Martians had for their fathers was Utha instead of father. And somehow, even though the Martians are supposedly all gone, it's like the air is washing over them on Mars and turning them a little bit different. And they're dark they were and golden-eyed. That's the name of the story. And gradually the parents change too. And then they just kind of even forget they ever were human, and they just become Martians. And it's just like if you come from Italy and your kids, they don't speak Italian, and then pretty much their kids don't even have any accents. And then it's pretty much forgotten. So yeah, my grandparents came from Italy, but you don't really know much about it except you like the food, What the hell am I talking about? Why am I talking about that? Why was I talking about that Ray Bradbury story? I have no idea. Graphic Man says he can join me in 20 minutes. That's cool, because he's been really getting into books lately, like legitimate books instead of funny books. I don't know why I was talking about that story about changing. Well, Christmas. These are Christmas comic stories. Big, nice collection of them. Well, how about that? get some more.
It's very scary as I'm told. I mean, that's just a very intrinsic reality. So anyway, let's bring it up. Jenny M sent me some money here, and she said, "Bless you, David, big love and more courage for all." New Zealand. The trolls are the Earth's stupidest. Your fans are here right now. Please start the presentation. Well, this is the presentation. It's very important that we try to get you going.
Okay. Dang it. Keep tripping. Here's another Craig Yo book. Alice in Comic Land, different adaptations of Alice in Wonderland in comics. It's got another one of those cutaway windows. Look at that. Just gorgeous books. Different versions of Alice in Wonderland. This book originally sold for $29.99. Here's Craig Yo's book on Eerie publications. The late 60s, early, and all through the 70s, these magazines were put out with these. It's really nice. This is really well put together. So another thing that I don't think the makers of these comic magazines ever dreamed such a handsome book would ever be published in honor of their company. But in fact, there for a while, a bunch of books were coming out. This one is not from Craig Yo, but from Fantico. Eerie Publications, the complete covers. This is the cover of every single one of the Eerie Publications magazines. This one I got from Gotham City Comics, the store in Mesa, Arizona. He was just on a few minutes ago. Kevin Johnson. He might be able to still get you this book. You can always call him up and ask him. That's Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. You should subscribe to his YouTube channel. Justin says, maybe the story of the Mars family had something to do with moving to a small town. Yes, thank you. I used to drive 30 minutes to work when I lived in Texas, 30 minutes home. Didn't think much of it. Didn't seem like that long a commute. Now, the longest I drive is 2 minutes to get to this little gas station store called Casey's. Takes me less than a minute to drive to work. I gassed up March 1st, and now it's March 30th, and I've only gone down a quarter of a tank, which means that if I'm only using a quarter of a tank, this is math, a month, that means I won't have to gas up again until the end of June. 4 months on a tank of gas. That's, in that sense, was the only way we're saving financially through Joe Biden's Obama's. They say that Trump, he's losing his mind. You talk about Biden. He keeps calling Joe Biden Obama. Yeah, all of us do, because that's the guy that's really running things. Anyway, so yeah, so whatever. Here's the weird indexes of Eerie. So my whole point is now it's just, I'm not used to driving an hour away to another town. It's like, oh, that's so far. It really isn't, but I'm just not used to even going over 35 miles per hour. Is the maximum speed I ever go. This whole county doesn't have a single stoplight. There's just stop signs. And there's not many even, I can't even think of a 4-way stop. Weird indexes of Eerie publications. So this book indexes every story that appears in Eerie publications. This is for extreme scholars and fans of these magazines. This is not going to provide you with a lot of, unless you're kind of wanting to know where the stories originally were stolen from. Like this story, The Bloody Thing, redrawn. It's a redrawn version of Portrait in Blood from Black Cat Mystery 39. You know, if you want to know where the stories originally came from, then you get this, but that's may not be for everybody. Here's the Weird World of Eerie Publications, yet another scholarly book on Eerie publications. This one, who put this one out? This is a very good book. Yeah. This. Oh, it's from Feral House, 2010. So this is from 14 years ago. Feral House is a company that is a little. Feral House is a company that I would say is sympathetic to satanic kind of ideas. They're a lot of their books are kind of borderline evil. The stuff they put out. So, but you know, I'm into Eerie publications, but Feral House has a tendency to put out books that you would like. Yeah, I don't know if I want to own that book. The Illustrated History of Horror Comics. This is a more common book. Mike Benton. This is from a while back. This could have come out in the 90s, maybe. 1991, yeah. This book came with a DVD. Is the DVD in here? Oh, there's the DVD. The DVD, the contents of this DVD, you can just see for free on YouTube. It's a early 50s special, TV special called Confidential, and it's all about kids being influenced by these crime and horror comics. Anyway, so let's get these books over there. Going to have a little Eerie publications section, obviously.
So when you're going through the hero's journey, it starts by you having flaws, and this is also how they start a Hollywood screenplay. Hollywood screenplay character is always Hollywood screenplay is always based on the hero. There's always one main character. You try to have two main characters. That's called a split main. You probably don't sell very many movies. You have to have one character and everything revolves around that person. Otherwise, you have something called episodic narrative, and that's what they typically do for television screenplays. You need to have parallel main characters. So anyway, back to the point. You start with a unit flawed individual, and this is what the universe sees us as. We are flawed, we are damaged, we are growing through our wounds and our pain, our fear, and our anxiety, and our shame, and our heart. And as we grow and as we learn more and as we evolve as beings, we become more compassionate.
Whoa!
Compassion is one of the things the hero journey produces. Strength is one of the things the hero journey produces. When you want something really badly, you have to become stronger in order to get it. If you want someone to love you, you have to become more loving in order to receive their love. You have to learn to write the little romantic notes and all that kind of stuff that guys are supposed to do this stuff. They just put this stuff on paper. I don't know what the hell it is, man. It's freaking crazy. Get out of here. From New York, what can I say? I've heard all these accents so many times growing up. It's so funny. And then I just realized that the things that I learned are really coming to repeat. And the voices that I heard are really coming to repeat. So that's part of my work. I dealt with severe pain through laughter and pounding.
Well, here's Seduction of the Innocent, Frederick Wortham. This is the book that one of the main influences on the comics code. Cost $4. It's I guess this is a first printing. There's a section in the middle. There's a drawing of a kid had drawn a diagram. It says children's drawing found by police on boy burglars. Like they were influenced by comic book drawings like that to make their own sketch of where they're going to steal from. So then they put illustrations from different comics and how they were turning kids into criminals and deviants. And here he shows how he was caricatured in this cover. And there's people that collect comics that have had panels reproduced in here. But if a comic is mentioned specifically in this book, it's more valuable, obviously. There's a from EC Comics where the guy at the end is they're playing baseball, they've got his intestines, his heart, they're at the base, and they're using his head as the ball, they're batting with his leg. The catcher has his torso strapped to his front. They're basically they horrified parents and teachers and the authorities to the point where there was a Senate subcommittee investigation. Some of the people that worked at different comic stores went to bookstores or libraries with an X-Acto blade and cut out these illustrations so that people wouldn't see them. There's also was an index at the back that's often cut out because they didn't want and I don't see that I have an index in this one. I don't see any indication pages were cut. Yes, I do. Yeah, I don't know if this was cut out by the publisher or what to avoid lawsuits, but see how there's some pages missing there. See that? So the index is, the book is more valuable if it has its index intact, but very few of them have it, apparently. Confidential in the 50s, that word meant lurid. Yes, that is true. I sound like such an asshole when I read comments. I don't mean to. That's just my nature. This was one of the big books on comics that came out in the mid 60s, all in color for a dime. So when the Batman TV series was on the air, this was one of the books that was out about that time. What the heck does that say? Oh, it's got a little sticker on it. Look at that. But it's upside down. It says, the mark of approval. This was a $12 book. It was $11.95, so it was expensive. But it's a bunch of essays about comics. So look at these beautiful color illustrations. But it was a comic. It was a book, a loving tribute to comics. And it came out. Well, I'm wrong. Copyright 1970. I thought it was earlier. So it was a little bit after that time period. And then the sequel to that one was called The Comic Book. Same authors. And this one came out 1977, first printing. And so, Don Thompson with his wife Maggie Thompson put out the Comic Buyer's Guide. So he was one of the OG comic collectors. This is Men of Tomorrow, Geeks, Gangsters, and the Birth of the Comic Book. So, yes, indeed. I don't know where Alan the cat is right now, but we really need. Oh, someone's coming on. We really need to get a couple of kittens because Alan's going to be so lonely without Pete. Hold on one second, whoever that is coming in. It's probably Graphic Man.
All cool. All the bolts come down.
Oh, these won't fit. They're down here.
And that one is there a pallet? Sorry.
Okay, let's see who this
You do that.
person is. It's visiting. Oh yes, it is Graphic Man. Sorry, my eyes aren't too good. Hey, Micah,
Hey,
what's up?
not a lot. Not a lot.
Having a chance to look through my books. I'm just trying to distract myself, moving bookshelves downstairs. Here's I forgot I own this. It's a small digest-sized, and it's volume 3. So there's 2 other volumes where they reprint the black and white Vampire Tales magazine. They reprinted a little small, but so that means there's 2 other volumes I need to get, and I think I have most of the original magazines, but I got that anyway. And then here's a collection of essays. Mark Evanier, or Evanier, however you pronounce it. Superheroes in My Pants. Yeah. And he has illustrations by his friend Sergio Aragones. I remember whenever Sergio Aragones' English wasn't very good, so he would always kind of polish up his writing, like what on Gru the Wanderer and stuff. I'm sure he did other stuff too. Here's a history of the Comics Code. I forgot this book existed. So what's been up, Micah?
Oh, not a lot. I'm just cleaning out garage.
Oh yeah, you're out in the garage.
No, I was cleaning it out. So
Is it
I have
temperature
to.
nice there?
Yeah, not too bad. I have
Yeah.
to get this laptop and microphone and camera back out there because this is the dining room table. So.
Oh, okay, is that where you did the interview with Strange Life, right where you're at now?
Yeah, I was facing, or that was my backdrop over there. So, see, that was the chair. So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
These are the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
You were
Yeah.
showing Craig Yo. I pulled 2. This is Swamp Monsters.
Oh, yeah.
I missed. I don't know if you showed this or not. So
No, I don't have that one. That's one I need. Notice I say need, not like to have.
oh no, everybody needs this. Yeah.
Yeah, I joke about that. Like when you go to a fast food restaurant and I always say, I'd like a Big Mac, whatever. And some people say, I need a.
Yeah.
I don't know. I pick up on little things like that.
That is a blonde reptile. And the other one is much larger. It's Ghosts and Girls.
Oh, yeah. That's another one. They had all of those at Duncanville Books, but sometimes you'd have one and someone was thumbing through it and they messed up the pages. And it's like, if someone just hadn't touched this. I hate things that have been touched by other people. Because they have all these slick black pages in there that are going to immediately pick up thumbprints by anybody. Yeah, these books are just marvelous. This guy is incredible, Craig Yo.
And every page has this little red. There, my fingers are in the way. See that by the number?
Yeah.
And I was that like a drop of blood? Or
probably
representation? One more.
What are your Easter plans?
Family. I'll just spend the day with the family. So.
Yeah. Easter's one of those days that it's like a pagan holiday, but it's also it is. What is your, do you have like conflict on that one?
We don't really, do anything with eggs.
Yeah.
Because, unless the good Lord stepped on an egg and scared off a rabbit when he stepped out of the tomb, it really doesn't have anything to do with bunnies and rabbits. But so that's just where the two have come together about the same time of the year.
Yeah, and the name of the holiday is a little unfortunate since it's named after a pagan goddess.
Ishtar.
Oestre, also known as Ishtar.
Ishtar. It has all kinds of names. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isis.
Well, but that's not what people. That's not what people are associated with. You just kind of have to be a nerd to know that that's its origin of it. So you can't be a spoil sport. Like same thing with Christmas. All the stuff associated with Christmas has to do with Odin.
Oh yeah.
But you just can't.
I believe the Lord was born probably in September. But
I heard it was September 11th, and that's why they did it on that day.
Oh, well, I don't know.
You think?
See, whenever like the Feast of Tabernacles, whatever. See, I'm not Jewish, so I don't know that.
Well, people have studied like when did something bright happen in the heavens? And they pinpoint. I don't know how they figured it out, but
if I know that Christmas is pagan and all that stuff. So, but all year long we tell everybody, you need to think about Jesus, and then the one day of the year they kind of do think about him. Then we go, that's the wrong day, December 25th.
Yeah, I know.
So I never hit anybody over the head with it. We celebrate. The only thing I wouldn't do is I wouldn't put out milk and cookies. Because we were in the New Testament, we're told not to give food offerings to, sorry to say, a false idol. I don't know how many youngsters are watching, getting their theology all messed up here, but and that would be the only thing, So who traditionally eats the milk and cookies? Well, it's good old Dad, and so he's eating something that was offered. Yeah, and I know they were just offering it in jest, but. So that's about the only thing I get real edgy about. But yeah, we have a tree. We do all that. So,
but originally that stuff was left out for Sleipnir, Odin's horse. Odin's horse, which had what 8 legs, would land on your rooftop, and that was the treats were left for the horse. And Santa was Odin, and it's like it was all a complete pagan thing. But it's all right. Look at this. This is you probably have this. This is a biography of Robert E. Howard, and he's drawn.
I don't have it.
L. Sprague de Camp. This is interesting too. These books are the letters of H.P. Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard writing back and forth from 33 to 36. I bought this from a friend who was a dealer in Lovecraft stuff. And
yeah.
So this is volume 1. And then, no, that's volume 2. This is volume 1, 30 to 32. See, that's what the place looked like where Robert E. Howard grew up. And I guess this is supposed to represent where Lovecraft, was, I guess. So.
Yeah, both those guys wrote for Weird Mystery, I believe.
This is the coincidences, the serendipity is really weird in these, the way it works in these, because the next book I pull up is Weird Vampire Tales. 30 blood-chilling stories from the weird fiction pulps. It just always seems like no matter who comes in, it's like that something ties into something said earlier. It's really fascinating, these long stream podcasts. But anyway, this is just reprints of pulp stories, and it's pretty much all text. And when there's an illustration, I bet it's a modern illustration. Let's see. Yeah, it's like a modern looking illustration. It's not the original ones from the pulps. It's still a cool book. This is the kind of stuff they'd have it like a Barnes and Noble and those big stacks, cheap stuff. Same thing with this book. This is This is 5 novels by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Your covers are a lot better.
Well, I'm just grabbing what other people have done. So
you're right. 5 complete novels, which are just kind of mixed and matched, kind of strangely.
Yeah,
and you do better back covers too. You ought to put one of these on one of yours just as a joke. No, don't do it. But
yeah, no.
But inside, the cool thing about inside, they've got the original illustrations by J. Allen St. John and stuff. And the way it looks, you just open it up and it looks like you're reading a Bible. The way the text is laid out, it looks like you're reading something very scholarly. It's this. It's interesting how people draw the Tharks. Like in the DC comics, they would draw like a whole nother torso that started where the shoulders were. And this is kind of like, and sometimes it's just like 4 arms, right close together. This is kind of somewhere in between. Okay, here's 4 volumes in one. Cool wraparound cover.
Oh, nice.
That's the next thing you've got to experiment with is a wraparound cover. Get a really great illustration and try to do a wraparound cover where something will pop up really cool on the spine like that. That's the next project I assign to you. Here's The Weird Adventures of the Shadow. So this is probably late 60s. To tie in with the camp of the Batman TV show. They're bringing back the pulps from 30 years before. And this, I'm exactly right, 1966. That's why he's drawn real cartoonish like the opening credits of the Batman show. But, they got original illustrations. What are people saying here? Aragonés was Spanish. See, asked John Gores. I think he was from Spain, but he grew up in Mexico. So I guess you could say he's both. John Gores, I'm going to try and watch the 1977 The Easter Bunny is Coming to Town, the stop motion one. Okay.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it too. These are great books, says Meyer. I should show you the postcard that John Gores just sent me, because I'm wondering if you wrote the numbers on the skulls or if that was done by the post office. Here's the story, Voodoo Death. And anyway, original Shadow pulps. I've only got a couple of volumes of this. I think either Meyer Greenblatt's got more volumes of this or he's just got more of the real comic books, but Crime Does Not Pay. And this is volume 1. And I'd like to get more. This is great because they have the ads and everything in them. And so this is from, and it smells really good too. It's from Dark Horse. I need to get more of these. See, it's like but maybe I should read all of these first because we're having extreme financial problem. But I don't know why, because they say all the time on the news that the economy is great.
Oh yeah, we can even get rid of bridges we don't need.
Yeah, just like, or whole sections of Hawaii. Who needs that?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, there were 250 missing kids. Oh, never mind. It's never mentioned again, except for one guy on YouTube, some real estate guy that, hey, do you remember us? Anyway, these books are great. These Crime Does Not Pay books. They're really fun, and they've got this guy like they've got like a crypt keeper guy that hosts these. They're all true crime stories, but they're hosted by a guy named Mr. Crime, as I recall. Maybe he appeared later in the run of the comic. There he is, Crime. He's the look at this, man. Everything's great. There's the original Daredevil there. I can't afford the original books, but I'll show one more. You got more stuff to show, or you just here?
I'll show you a Carson the Venus cover I'm working on. So.
Oh yeah, cool. Let's see. Let me make this a little bigger for this. Ghastly Terror: The Horrible Story of the Horror Comics.
Right.
There's probably just incredible number. Open it up. They have Vampirella, so it's not just the pre-code stuff. Horror Mike would probably know all the books about this, about horror comics. I just know the ones I've stumbled across in my travels. Let's see what people are saying. I think I already read that from Meyer. John Goris, I wrote the numbers taking down reference notes while animating, and those skulls have become like scrap paper. Oh, okay. Let me show that because you guys are probably wondering what the heck I'm talking about. Yeah, I get these postcards from time to time from John Goris. They're wonderful. I don't know what the local post office thinks of them, but they probably think that guy in that old funeral home is probably a Satan worshiper. But yeah, I noticed these numbers and I thought, what is going on? I don't know if I understand the numbers. Did the post office write that on there? And then it says he's interested in one of the Scream, because John, do you remember where I had the Screamin' Jay Hawkins? Because I think I had 3 of those Screamin' Jay Hawkins posters, so I could part with one. He says, I'll trade you 3 large Ghost Tanks originals. But if you knew where they were, that would help things, because they're probably in the closet in the comic room, or I could find them. But if you remember what episode I was showing them, that would be tremendous.
It's been
okay. So we'll go over to Micah, Graphic Man, see what he's got.
It's been years since I've heard Screamin' Jay Hawkins. So
yeah, well, he
put a
was
spell
playing
on
at the
you.
Profit Bar, a punk rock place in Dallas, like in 1985. I went with my friend, and in the booth next to us were these guys, and Screamin' Jay Hawkins comes out, and the guys from the booth next to me go up and start playing. And they're his backing band. Screamin' Jay Hawkins just showed up with his Bones and his Rubber Snake. And these guys were a great backing band. And it turns out that they were Reverend Horton Heat, who was a very big band now.
Okay.
But they were just guys, local guys that did anyway. So I've got a couple of posters, cartoon drawings done by a guy. I think his name was Elvis from Hell. I don't remember No, his name was Mark Battles. That was his name when he had a band. Mark Battles, I think, drew him. And I think I've got 2 or 3 of them. So anyway, it's beside the point. But anyway, what you got there, Graphic Man?
So Carson of Venus came out late 30s. And they had a nice colorful cover. Then later on, they had a reprint. And so my copy is the reprint. It's not very exciting. And here's the spine. So you see it's, very, very plain Jane. Has a nice picture of Edgar on the back and your basic flaps. But I thought I could do better than that. So I went to find the original color cover. And that's what I selected.
Yeah, that's good.
And so I turn around to the spine. And the back cover, which I think is just dynamite. I grabbed that from Argosy magazine.
Yeah.
Without the title. And this was to be the first appearance of the story, Carson. So anyway, that's your comparison. I'm doing it all wrong. So
yeah, that's great.
I think mine. No, I'll still keep this, but I don't know where I'll keep it. But
just buy another copy of Carson of Venus without the dust jacket, and then you've got put it on that. That's what I would do.
And we're doing a little Mastermind of Mars.
Yeah,
That's the original.
that's a great book.
And here's my back cover.
Yep.
The spine, it's a very narrow book, so I had to go real thin.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's what I've been messing around with. So
cool. Put some of these back, and
now I don't know if you can still hear me.
I can hear you.
The room you're getting ready to walk into, when I was there, I don't recall going into that room.
There's not much to see here. It might have just been a bunch of boxes then.
Okay.
It's they were trying to make it into a kitchen. They've got kitchen cabinets installed, but I have them all filled with paperback books that I've been meaning to get down and show since you started showing paperback books. Do you get a lot of interest in your videos about paperback books? Do people care?
Well, I've been getting comments, every time I would show paperbacks on a fossils episode.
Yeah.
So there's a few people that really dig the paperbacks. Now, I wouldn't say it's hundreds.
I mean, it's all part of the same thing. It's all part of the same culture.
Oh, yeah. But there's about 8 or 9 guys that really, really like the paperbacks. Oh. That's the crazy creature on Venus.
All right, some more books I just pulled off the elevator. This, okay, what are people saying here? Okay, John remembers where I put them, and yeah, that makes sense. Then I know exactly where they are. That makes sense. I know exactly where they are. What are they writing, says Friar Tuck.
He's asking about those guys, those creatures on Venus that Carson was writing. So
yeah, it's just Edgar Rice Burroughs makes up all the fauna and flora words that you learn when you read Edgar Rice Burroughs. There's certain words that you learn, words like cudgel and these kind of, it's like, no, I know what a cudgel is from reading Edgar Rice Burroughs. He tries to sound really, he is a great writer, but he has like a dozen really fancy words that he uses to make him seem highbrow, but he just uses those words over like a score of soldiers, and it's like, what's a score? I've always heard that.
20.
And you look it up, it's 20.
Yeah.
But most people don't know what a score is. It's kind of like Joe Biden has, what are the words he likes to use?
Hyperbole.
Hyperbole, yeah, that's a word most people don't know what it means. It makes them sound, listen to me, I'm smart. I'm like John F. Kennedy. I know words, but you know about 5 words and you repeat them over and over again. Meyer Greenblatt says spore. I learned spore from Burroughs and sinew. And you also learn all these words that George Lucas stole. But anyway, here's the art of, because a lot of the creatures in Star Wars come from Burroughs, the names at least. The Art of Pulp Horror.
Yes.
This is a very well done book. I think Cleo got me this as a birthday present a couple of birthdays ago. So I've told her, do not get books for me. We can't do it anyway. I said, I've already got my birthday present. Spinner Rack sent me some cool stuff via Strange Life, and then Strange Life threw in some bags and boards. I said, that's all I need for my birthday, man. Because look at this card. They had a Weird Tales club, like a fan club. Did you even know that?
No, I don't have any weird tales. I know your buddy down in Texas,
Oh yeah, yeah.
the pulp guy. He's got a ton of them. But I collect fantastic adventures and
Yeah.
amazing stories.
Oh, I've got some cool book. Oh man, you're gonna love these. This comes from a guy named James Van Hise, Pulp Masters,
Wow.
and it's got a shadow cover on the back. This guy, it's like a magazine, but it's square bound. Reprints these. What is that? This car is like run over all these people. I forgot I own this. It's articles, modern pulp fandom, pulps, television of the 1930s, top 25 shadow novels. It's like magazine articles. So it's special expanded edition. I don't know if there's multiple volumes of this. This is a great one from the same guy, Edgar Rice Burroughs' Fantastic Worlds. And he's got a Richard Corbin. When Richard Corbin does Edgar Rice Burroughs, it's great, you know, because it's like a cleaned up version of his Den. You know, it's like that's really what he was trying to do with Den, except everybody's completely stark naked, and you don't want to really see Tarzan naked involved. So when he's doing the original source material, it's, you know, it's a little better. But it's got great, you know, look at this illustration of Burroughs. This would be a really great back cover for one of your books, to have a picture of Burroughs from that time period with all his creations around him, or just ads. You know, this is a great book, and I bet you could get it pretty cheaply from Amazon. Some of them are more contemporary illustrations, and then some are, you know, older. There's an article by Leigh Brackett, Barsoom, and myself, and Leigh Brackett was really steeped in this stuff. And it's, you know, when George Lucas hired Leigh Brackett, who was elderly at the time, to write the original screenplay for Empire Strikes Back, he's admitting, hey, this is my source material. This is what I want Empire Strikes Back to be. This is a good one. There's all kinds of great, there's great stuff in here that you could use. Look at these. Looks like these are original sketches for the covers.
Okay.
And yeah, some of this, I better cover up some of it, but it's, this is, some of them will draw everything literally, and which means that the princess doesn't have any clothes on. So, but that's the original. It was originally Under the Moons of Mars by Norman Bean.
Yeah,
was the original way that it was. Princess of Mars was serialized in All Story. He submitted the manuscript is by Normal Bean, and Bean meant your head, your brain. In other words, like I'm not insane, Normal Bean. But they thought normal. That's not it. They changed it to Norman Bean, or maybe they thought that's what he wrote. So he was Norman Bean when it was first published in 1912.
You were talking earlier about the four arms. The picture you just showed, that's the traditional look, I think.
Yeah. It's okay. So what are people saying here? Spore, I learned. Okay, we saw that. Meyer's reading all the ape language he learned. Meyer, do you have the Tarzan? Oh, Mike was asking, Meyer, do you have the Tarzan book where there's a stereotype? I hear that when it was re-released after the war, Edgar changed the character to German after the war. It could be. There was a lot of stereotype in old cartoons. If you watch Three Little Pigs, there's pretty extreme stereotype in the middle of that cartoon from Disney. Sinew is cartilage, correct? I thought it was muscle.
Well,
It could be cartilage.
I was asking Meyer because I know he has a bunch of those, and I just learned that was one of the rare changes that Burroughs asked for. And lately, they change his stuff every time he used the word Negro. They now have to type in the word warrior.
Oh, okay.
But they're doing that after he's dead, and I disagree with that. But the little fun fact is, I heard that was one change that he actually made. I guess because he found out a bunch of stuff after the end of World War II, and he said,
"Yeah,
maybe I shouldn't have had that stereotype in there." And so,
yeah,
he makes the Jewish guy become like a Nazi. And so it's okay. It's okay for him to be the bad guy now. So I didn't know if Meyer had that because I haven't been able to verify. I have to check the hardback versus the paperback and blah, blah, blah.
This is
That's
issue.
beautiful.
This is 36, and that other one I showed you is 37. So there must be a whole series from Pulp Adventures where they reprint the old Spider, which was a really good hero pulp. And
I just wish it didn't have the
there's
border.
a whole lot to collect of this.
Yeah. I just wish it didn't have the border. I wish that black went all the way to the edge.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
I mean, that's not bad, but
Right. And this is an older book, I imagine from the 60s. Probably one of the first times the pulps were treated seriously enough to be put into a hardcover, other than like Lovecraft and Arkham House and stuff. 50 Years of American Pop Culture, compiled and edited by Tony Goodstone. And this is from 1970. Yeah, right at the 1970 was right when the nostalgia wave for the 30s was starting, and they were reprinting the Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers and everything. And because the people that had read the pulps as kids were 1970s, were probably in their 40s or 50s, and
yeah.
nostalgic about their childhood. It would be like putting out a book about how cool the Bronze Age of comics was today. That's what this was like in 1970, I assume. Here's Superhero Collectibles, a pictorial price guide.
Oh, man.
Now, the prices are not going to be accurate anymore, but this is the way that you looked at what existed in the world before there was an internet. And this is from 96, published by Toy Scouts, first printing. That was right when the internet was, as far as I was becoming aware that the internet was actually something that might be interesting to look at in the late 90s. And the first time, what made me initially look at the internet was I heard about a website called Ain't It Cool News that was out of Austin, where they had news about upcoming movies. I thought that was interesting. Okay, this is collectible figure kits of the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Goodness.
And this just shows all these model kits, and some that I had no idea they existed, like Snoopy High Wire. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Or Snoopy ice hockey, Snoopy and a hot rod. Of course, they've got the hot rod guys, the monogram Stanley Mouse kits, weirdo. A lot of it's just, yeah. I haven't opened this book in years. This is from. This is all pre-eBay, pre-anything. Back then, you had to go to a magazine, like a tabloid newspaper called Toy Shop that used to be in bigger bookstores where people had classified ads and ads selling old stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'd imagine this is from the. Yeah, this is early 90s probably. This is a really good one. Toys of the 60s, a pictorial guide. Yeah, I've seen people that have toys displayed like this. That's when you just pile them on top of each other. It is really spectacular.
Yes.
Just, and this is a price guide. You know, it tells you what the prices were in the early 90s. That's what Barrel of Monkeys used to look like. Let's see. Sinew is John Goris says sinew is what's between the muscle. Okay, that makes sense. I don't have that book, Micah, says Meyer. A couple of years ago, I passed up one of those Snoopy hockey rinks in the original box. I wish I'd grabbed it. Wish. Oh, I read it as wish. Sometimes you just automatically know what the word was meant to be. This is not, it's okay. This is Baby Boomer Comics. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good book. Yeah, this is a good book. I might have been thinking of this. This is more a comic book trivia quiz, and it's more like printed on sheet paper, like the paper that a coloring book's printed on, and it's more, there's no well, there's a few covers, you know. But, do you have anything else to show, Micah?
No, afraid not.
All right.
I didn't know how long you were going to be on.
I don't know. I think I've used up all of my StreamYard hours on this account, so I'm just running on their niceness at this point. You said they'll let you go.
Yeah. Until you sign off.
Okay.
There's probably a 13-hour limit or something.
Yeah. I don't think I'll be going that long. Time it's almost 4 in my time. Yeah. I'm just trying to. I don't know what I'm trying to do.
So you're trying to see what's the best books for that shelf.
Huh?
I think you're trying to determine what are the best books for that shelf.
Yeah. I'm just. Yeah. Okay. In a minute, I'm going to need to go upstairs and grab more books and put them on the elevator and bring them down. There's a lot of books were on the shelf upstairs. Okay. I probably should bring some of the pulps from over there over here and put them together. That would make some sense. Let's see.
So I was talking about these geometric structures. And the geometric structures, of course, not only affect this binary solar system where we're seeing the big pentagon drawn by the Mayan calendar, it can take multi-continent spheres that are 25,000 years caused by binary solar systems. They get into a circle. Now you can put geometry.
Oh boy.
Geometry explains both the pentagonal geometry gives you the Mayan calendar, and the Merkaba geometry gives you the ancient zodiac. Like the last time, you take Star of David, and you put the different together.
Oh shit.
As you 12 ancient zodiacs. So the way that we know this is happening is that you see the same thing in planets. So as I said here, if you look, as I said last time, between Venus and Mars, it's literally again dodecahedron there. There's your 5 spheres. Notice those 5 spheres together. You see how those spheres come together and they're making the dodecahedron?
All right.
Blessings on the region, so thank you guys. I appreciate that.
Let's see if these books will fit over there. Oh, I know where to put them actually. Arr. This is a whole book about men's adventure magazines. That's why it's called Men's Adventure Magazines. So this is probably from Taschen. Yes, they're it's got a lot of this is they had access to the original paintings. So this is not just reproduced from the covers, but from existing. Ooh, some of these covers I cannot show. But anyway. No, I definitely cannot. This one is one I actually have. This is Show True Men that says flying rodents ripped my flesh. And that was the inspiration for the Frank Zappa cover, Weasels Ripped My Flesh. Yeah, a lot of that can't be shown. There's Tales of Terror. This was about the EC books. Must be a foreign edition. Tales of the Supernatural. Nah, we won't look at that one. This you'll like. Dr. Pepper, King of Beverages.
Yes.
This one is the Dr. Pepper, the main Dr. Pepper bottling plant. Well, there was one in Dallas, and so sometimes this book would pop up at half-price books. Ooh, a letter's in it. It would pop up at half-price books from time to time. It was given to, well, it explains in the letter, to all employees of the Dr. Pepper bottling plant in North Texas Incorporated, March 15th, 1986 marked the first anniversary of the Dr. Pepper bottling plant in North Texas Incorporated. On this date in 1985, we acquired the Dallas, Fort Worth, and Waco Dr. Pepper bottling companies from the parent, blah, blah, blah. We all have reasons to be proud of our accomplishments during the past year. Through your fine efforts, we've continued to grow and have continued our fine reputation for providing not only the finest soft drinks, but also the finest soft drink service. As a memento of our first anniversary and as a reminder of our heritage and the promising years ahead, we would like each employee to have a leather-bound volume of The King of Beverages. This book was commissioned by the Dr. Pepper Company as a history of its growth and development of Dr. Pepper over the past 100 years. Please accept this book with our compliments and gratitude. So this was usually sold kind of expensively, but it's the history of Dr. Pepper. And I'd like to see if it mentions Rural Retreat in here. I haven't looked at this book since I became aware of Dr. Pepper's origins, or that it was named after a guy from this guy, Wade Morrison. Well, I'll take a look. But the guy, Dr. Pepper, is actually buried in Rural Retreat, Virginia. And he came up with the drink, and then one of his employees, he was a surgeon in the Civil War, had a drugstore, and then an employee of his took the formula, moved to Texas, and named it after his former employer that had come up with the drink. And so, anyway, vim, vigor, and vitality. So, Tarzan and the Golden Lion. Yeah, Tarzan discovers the lion that pees Dr. Pepper. That would be the...
I was just letting Meyer know that was the title of the book I was thinking of.
Oh, I was thinking of the lion on the cover of the Dr. Pepper book.
That's a good lion, too. It's
What is this?
100 years old.
Myths and Legends of Our New Possessions. Interesting. This one I got from Half Price Books also. And it's from... When is... it's old. You know, the old ones where the pages aren't printed uniformly,
Yeah.
and it's got little tissue paper. It's 1900
Yeah.
Myths and Legends of Our New Possessions and Protectorate. So our new possessions would be in 1900. Would that be Hawaii? What would that be?
So it is American.
I
Sounded
assume so.
British.
Oh man, it could be. Copyright 1899.
No city.
Talks about in the Caribbean. Oh, well, yeah, let me see. JB Lippincott Company. No, Philadelphia, USA. So they're talking about the Caribbean, the Pacific. It must be Hawaii. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hawaiian Islands, Caribbean Islands. So here's a junior high school version of Hound of the Baskervilles. I would imagine this is from the 50s. Man, they don't draw the Hound of the Baskervilles looking very threatening. He looks like he's kind of sick.
Gonna fall over any day now.
I would think he would be a little scarier. This is from 61. Yeah, those early 60s kind of illustrations that kind of look like that. Oh, this one looks good. This one is Paul Bunyan and his Great Blue Ox.
Nice. It's too bad they only had red ink for that. They could have made the ox blue on the front cover. But
yeah, they've got this plastic over the cover, but then they've got the cover folded underneath it. I need to fix that.
Yeah.
What kind of horrible person did that? Man, I'm no Jerry the Jitterbug working on these ancient books. I've watched him over the last few weeks literally put a book together that was in piece. The front cover of X-Men #1 was in pieces, and he put it back together like a puzzle, and using vintage pulp sealed it back together in a process called leaf casting. It's really magical, but not something I could ever do. Man, this is a pain in the neck. You can hang out if you want. I'm not trying to hold you hostage. You're welcome to hang out. Anyone else that wants to come on, I'll put the link here. I'm going to hang out till my wife wakes up. She didn't even fall asleep till about after I woke up. So it's like we're on completely different schedules. She was paying the bills and realized how badly we're doing. So I'm trying to reach in to turn this paper the other way. It's driving me crazy. Watch it just break off. Someone was not caring when they put this plastic on because they were probably just intending to resell the book anyway. They didn't care. All right, we got it fixed. With the help of this free $120 off your overpriced healthy food card. Oh, man. So how many weeks ahead have you planned out guests on your Graphic Man show?
I have 2 weeks planned out. A third in the works. So
cool.
I've been getting some very nice comments about it.
Yeah, yeah. They seemed like they were missing the. I didn't get to watch most of the show because I was dealing with Pete, was very ill that night. But
Right.
people seem to be disturbed about the lack of a Gil Kane alarm. It's like you thought you were going to be safe, Micah, showing funny animals, but it's like, look at the bondage. It's like, man, it's never going to end, even when you try to think it's a safe subject. Look, they're tied up. It's bondage. It's a woodpecker, for crying out loud.
Oh, that probably just went right over my head. I didn't.
Did you not?
No.
I thought it's got to be clean if we.
Oh yeah.
But it's funny. It's like just dirty old.
Well, I got Captain to talk about his early childhood, coming to America, learning English.
Yeah, that's great. I heard some of that. Yeah, I in fact, who used to do that? Was it Metarog that had an origins show years ago? I think he did. He would bring people on and talk about the secret origin of this YouTube collector. I just remember that. I think he used to do that because I was talking to Meyer and I was thinking, well, we were thinking that would be a good idea if we just interviewed people and asked, because we were thinking about Strange Life telling his origin story. And it's like everyone's got an origin story. And I was kind of telling about mine a little bit in the last show I did this morning. But usually it's like a horrible trauma that's caused us to be this insane like comic. Usually it's not a pleasant story because basically we're all mentally damaged if we're collecting kids comics at age 60. And at least I will admit I am. And it's like, I don't know, some people, maybe it's just nothing at all. I don't know. I think most people have gone through some nightmarish, oh man, this is such a complex process trying to fix this. I can only imagine this is what you're dealing with, trying to fit those covers and the nightmare you've gone through. I bet you've even been tempted to say a few curse words at the printer shop, but I'm sure you didn't. But
no, but what amazes me is if you go on eBay, you'll find people have made replica covers for a lot of these books.
Yeah.
But these books are made by different publishers, different sizes, different thickness, taller, smaller. And you'd be very fortunate to get one that is a dead ringer for your book. So, and he's paying over $20 for a replica cover. Now they look professionally, they look nice.
Yeah.
But
well, if you took the amount of time it took you to make a cover, it would, you put in more than $20 of man hours. I think you could, without any repercussions, sell copies of what you've created. I think you could, and I think you maybe should, because if you could sell copies for $20 each to people, and
the books I have are 100 years old.
Yeah.
They're a little loose. The pages are tan. It's got some have scribbles in it from when a little kid had it. So you're getting a 100-year-old book inside a brand new shell, basically.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There might be 5 guys on the planet that would be interested enough to buy something like that. But
I talked to Charlton because there's a huge network of Edgar Rice Burroughs fans. He might know more of how to tap in. That would be where you need to tap into, not to people in general. Pizza dough is rising. It's almost like a secret code.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back. I missed the other comment. I'm still here. Great seeing that guy in the right. I know that guy. Love me some Micah. And then he says, Craig Yo. I hope you don't think he's Craig Yo, because you might need glasses. He might like to reproduce those for you.
Did you get to the John Goros above all that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I showed it, but I didn't say it. It'd be fun to make a music video to the X-Ray Specs Bondage. Yeah, that's a great punk rock song.
Oh,
All those covered. Do you know that song?
no, it's not.
Yeah, it's just this girl singing "Bondage Up Yours," bondage. It would be maybe I don't know if that would be a good
I must
opening
have missed
to
that.
your show. You'd be hit by the copyright police. Here's Bucky's Friends. This is the way kids learned to read in 1957, and it has some childhood illustrations. And
Yeah.
it was issued in bad condition, and it was returned in bad condition to the teacher. But it has these really nice paintings. This is how kids learned to read in the 50s. When kids were into cowboy stuff. It's time for the barnyard animals to read.
Good.
So I've got a lot of old textbooks like The Way of Democracy. This is the property of the state of Texas, it says.
Oh, you took it out of the state.
This is from 1940. Yeah, this is probably very politically incorrect, although they're liking to use democracy again.
Yes.
Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. They don't even know what that means. It's I could have sworn we had a republic, but back then they would teach you about the founding fathers. They'd never do that now. The right to private property? No, they don't like that.
My goodness. It's shocking.
Yeah.
I'm sure this video is going to get flagged after you just showed that page.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. When did I say this is from? The 40s?
1940.
Oh, okay. Foundation of Our Liberties. And is that Robin Hood?
Yeah.
Is it? Why is he there?
Because the people were overtaxed.
Oh, yeah. It's talking about King John. Yeah, okay. That's cool to bring Robin Hood into it, the character they see in the movies.
Yeah.
I've got 2 copies of that textbook. I could.
My textbook would be read, all taxation is theft.
Yeah.
That's how radical I am.
Look how small that name of the teacher is.
Mm-hmm.
That's tiny. September 1950, this was issued. Here's another one. What is this? Yeah, it's another one of these on 4 feet. This was Mrs. and Mrs. Strickland's class. This one I got at Half Price Books. 51, 57. The zoo. Yeah. Books to read. This one is not in the best condition. Oh, it's Rolling Stones by O. Henry.
Wow.
I have to commission you to do a cover with Mick and the boys.
For O. Henry, yeah.
Yeah. And sell it. Yeah, it's all about the Rolling. Oh, okay. Yeah, O. Henry, that's right. He was a Texas author, and he had a newspaper called the Rolling Stone, a weekly paper published in Austin, Texas, every Saturday. And I guess that's where he published his stories. This is from, 1912 edition. Oh, this is Pat Boone book.
Hey.
Between You and Me and the Gatepost. Is he still alive? Did he pass away?
I'm not sure. I guess there's no mention in there. He's on the cover of Lois Lane.
Yeah. Hey Siri, is Pat Boone alive? Talk. No,
Boone was born June 1st.
1934 he was born, so oh, Easy Comic Reader left a nice message on my last video. That's cool. My deepest condolences to you and your wife. God bless your home and the loving hands that gave Pete a better life. That is so nice of you, Easy Comic Reader, if you're watching. And then someone else, a great legend show. Sorry for the loss of your kitty, he wrote. That's nice too. And you're watching. Thank you so much, great legend. Shit. No, sorry, I dropped my phone. Sorry about that curse word. May 1962. Yes, so apparently Pat Boone's still around. So this is a book he wrote. He gets a lot of grief. Everyone makes fun of him for, that's the way it is. I mean, his music wasn't the most dynamic. He had some good songs, but mainly people are after him because he's, Christian, and they want to. He was all right. He is good in State Fear. Here's Teenager's Guide for Living. Yeah. When when it was like Archie in real life. I still don't know how Archie managed having two girlfriends that were best friends with each other. I still don't know how he pulled that off. I don't think that would really work in real life.
When there's not many attractive guys around, he didn't have any competition except Jughead and Reggie.
Well, that's, yeah. But they never show the rest of the guys in the high school. It wasn't just, I don't know. What are you barking at, Drew? Oh, man. So, I guess I better put these books over there. Let's put these textbooks together.
And I think I'm going to shut this computer down and
all right, sounds good.
Table so my wife can have Easter out here. So
yeah, you got to get the Easter baskets with the fake grass. Yeah. They don't have those inflatable bunnies anymore. I used to always get an inflatable bunny and some stuffed animals. Did you get that, or is that just the way my mom did it?
I had all that grass and stuff. There's are you familiar with the picture of Joseph Stalin? And it's black and white, and he's walking with a couple of guys. And then over time, they digitally take this one guy out of the picture.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Because he must have done something wrong or he was killed. And Stalin wanted to act like this guy never existed. He's dead to me. That type of stuff. And I was always amazed because that's the kind of stuff I can do. But Russia doing it with just photo equipment, I was amazed at their ability. Anyway, I'm getting to a point here because Biden has come out and said that tomorrow is trans being noticed day or something like that. Tomorrow. Really? He's not mentioning Easter, but he's mentioning Trans Awareness Day. And so they have a picture of that same black and white Stalin on the bridge. And it's Joe Biden with the Easter Bunny. And in the next photo, the Easter Bunny has been dissolved. No one's listening going to understand what I'm yakking about. But
well, remember last year at the Easter ceremonies at the White House, they had those women that shout at the press, "Get away! Get out! Get out! Get out now! Get out!"
Yeah,
they were in Easter Bunny suits, and they would come over to Biden and tap him on the shoulder and go, "Oh, what?" And they say, "This way," and they'd say, "Here, go this way." They were all these Easter bunnies trying to show him which way to walk, and he was all confused. That should be entertaining. That is a damn disgrace to my Jesus from them heathens to make it. I can't read all this. I'll get in trouble on YouTube for saying it.
Yeah,
that's a hateful man. I'm just reading the chat. Yes, we all agree with that, but I can't say it out loud because I'm a pussy.
I don't know what made me think all that, but you mentioned Easter, and it's like Easter right now. it's like the Biden doesn't want you to say Easter. So I don't know.
I had no idea that even existed. It seems like it would be okay since Easter is the name of a pagan goddess.
Well, and I thought last year they had those people dressed up as Easter Bunny. And they were doing the twerking stuff out there on the lawn. That's how they celebrated it. But
did you ever? What's his face? The comic book writer, big name British guy that wrote American Gods. Do you know who is that guy? You guys will know in the chat.
I can't picture it.
The guy that wrote is it Al? That I think he's
the Alan Moore guy. Or?
I think it's Alan Moore. I might be wrong. Maybe one of the other British guys. But anyway, he did this book called American Gods, and it was turned into a TV series. And I didn't read the book. It was also turned into a comic later. But in this book, in this series, this is not a series you should watch. It has some fascinating things in it, but they show a lot of bad stuff in it. But it basically every god that's ever been worshipped, as long as there's one person that still believes in that god, they still exist. And so this old guy who's actually Odin, but is clean shaven and everything, he calls himself Mr. Wednesday or something like that, because Wednesday is Odin's day. And he teams up with this young guy, and they're fighting against the new gods, and they're the old gods, and a lot of them are, and it's like there's some Egyptian ones that work in a funeral home, and it's really kind of fascinating. There's an African woman that's some African fertility goddess. They're all the good guys, and then the new gods are like the internet and things that people worship today have become actual beings because they are adored and worshipped by the masses. And that creepy guy, Crispin Glover, is like this technological god that, anyway, they all have to meet for final confrontation against the new gods. But anyway, at one point they go to this island, this beautiful island. It may not have been an island, but it was all paradisical, and it's where Easter lives. And it's like she's this incarnation of the old original holiday, and there's all these different Jesuses that look different because they're the way people visualize Jesus in different parts of the world.
Right.
They just all look a little, it's like these Marvel movies with all these different Spider-Mans. There's all these Jesus. I know this sounds blasphemous, but it was fascinating. And Jesus just keeps coming up to this woman saying, "I'm sorry. It's not my fault." Because it's like, I feel like I'm being disrespectful to your, I don't know. It was weird. It was very strange because it was like, this was your holiday, and it's like, it's been co-opted. But that show can get pretty extreme.
Yeah.
But there was, man, who was the guy? Someone's got to tell me. Oh, was it Alan Moore? Someone's telling me.
Yeah.
That was that's the wrong one. Alan Moore. Yeah. Watchmen guy. Yeah. Okay. Was it Alan Moore? Okay. I'm not sure about, I think it's Neil Gaiman. It's Neil Gaiman. Hey Siri, who wrote American Gods? Now, Alan Moore.
American Gods was written by Neil Gaiman in 2001.
Yeah, because Alan Moore is more of, he's like a warlock, and Neil Gaiman, I don't know about his religious bent. If this had been written by a warlock, I wouldn't have even watched it. But my wife and I got hooked on it. It's one of those things. What are we saying here? Twerking.
Yeah.
I didn't know about the twerk. Remake of Willard with Crispin Glover's. I haven't seen that. Neil Gaiman. Yeah, Neil Gaiman. All right. Yeah, Alan Moore is all those British guys are a little suspect. Anyway, I'll let you go. I'm gonna keep working on this because I've got to go up and pull more books down. But it's been nice seeing you, Micah.
We'll see you.
Thank you for dropping
I'll check out the rest of this if you keep going for a while. So
I'll keep going. Yeah. You can pop on if you want.
All righty.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Well, did you guys see American Gods? It just occasionally they would just have close-ups of things that you don't want to see on the male anatomy, and it's like, oh well, I wasn't expecting that, but you know how things are nowadays. What? How am I appearing? My wife is watching as me, and now I am commenting on my own stream instead. She's saying, "Hey, Grotz." Okay, that's very strange to see myself commenting on my own. And good seeing Micah, says Great Legend. And then I say, "Oh no, I'm on as you," says. That's okay. I'm starting to feel like that's strange. Hey, Mrs. Gratu, says Great Legend. Cleo, this is very 19. We're not in the teens anymore. This is very modern. I'm talking to my wife who's in the attic, 2 floors above me. We got a check for $43.77 from the mineral rights people. So this is a blessing that happens that would be enough for us to get dinner tonight, but we're probably still trying to save money. But you also got your Besame stuff. I don't know. I didn't feel like it's that compact. I don't know. It's in a little bag. It's tied with the ribbon. I didn't want to open it because it's your thing. And then you got this Marvis. Is that like, I don't know if it's cinnamon mint. So I assume it's like mouthwash. So you got those things in the mail. So, hopefully I'm not in trouble for opening them. I just wanted to make sure they were in okay shape. So my wife is awake. So I'm moving, Cleo, I'm moving some bookshelves down to the library so I can have all the books together. And that's what I've been doing on this live stream. Just
I don't know when we really hit that point, but we're still in it right now. I think it's local firms are starting to find out from the bottom. But like in suicide literature, for example, they'll say, hey, people don't do it when they're at the bottom. They do it when they're doing better. And when they can't handle it in their shocks, they remind them of at the bottom. That's a very, very important point I learned in the Oasis Crisis Hotline intern after 2 years of college.
Just let me know, Cleo, when you get hungry, I'll stop the live stream or whatever. I'm just killing time here. What is going on? I missed the 1900s, not gonna lie. And then my wife, as me, says hi to Great Legend. And then Great Legend says PB&J is my go-to. I use grape spread. So good. Also, ramen noodles is good too, although they have lots of sodium. Yeah. So Gratu is doing a fine job entertaining and ordaining your library. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I'll be back as me. Yeah, I wouldn't think that Easter weekend I'd get a lot of guests on here, but I got Micah and did someone else come on? Oh, yeah, Gotham City Comics came on.
There is a villain that is really, really bad. It is not the villain you're ever going to hear about on TV. It's not the villain you're ever going to hear about in the news. They might allude to it. They might paint around the edges of it. But the real villain, you want to get on to the main hero during the timeline. The villain will not be televised. They're not going to tell you about this. They're not going to give you the straight answer. They're not going to tell you the story. They're not going to let you know what's really going on. It's all about deception. It's about lying. And whatever happened on Watergate, now we're at like times 1,000. It's just that bad. It's a whole weird structure of people. Still living up in their alone. Making work. And they're working in secret without telling us what to do. And they're actually trying to do really bad things.
Where did I put that other O. Henry book?
That's the real hero journey timeline you jump onto. You're just able to
There it is. Now I got two O. Henry books together. That's excellent.
the idea that there's something hiding behind and unifying the roles of media, finance, agriculture, corporations, military. What was Eisenhower warned about? He said the military helped the time.
Okay, where were those punk rock books? Over here.
Members of the military currently
Ow, my back. Ow, man. Okay, two punk rock books and a John Waters book. Okay.
because the alliance, as I like to call them, the secret group within the military, they have incredible technology. I mean, it's beyond anything you can imagine. And just even what they can do for surveillance, like for example, they're saying because you're inside the house. No. As you're talking, you don't
Okay.
have lights in the house. The windows on the outside of the library. And they can shine a laser on the window.
The guy that came to inspect the house for property tax evaluation a few days ago was saying that, he wrote down that it looked better from the outside, which I should be insulted, but if it gets my property tax down, what are people talking about here? Great Legend says, I meant organizing. Laugh out loud. Computer said ordaining. LOL. Yeah, I knew you meant ordering, but I thought it was funny to say ordaining. Ordaining sounds cooler. Yeah. Okay, I'm back, says my wife. Make sure you give it a thumbs up. Let's see. Welcome back, Greta, at the Hotel Orloff. If we get the food out, Cleo, we could order it in half an hour. Ordaining was funny. Oh, wait, you live at the hotel. Yeah. Yes, I'm here, LOL. Greta, can you beat Sir Gratu at pinball? She never really plays, but maybe I'm gonna get her into the show more now, and get her down here more, and have her, when I show something, she could be an off-screen voice or an on-screen presence where I can talk about this stuff, and that helps people that don't know a lot about the stuff that we collect. And I think it would be a good dynamic. Let's see. I don't know if I can, but I doubt that. I'm not that good. I love pinball. It's so fun. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I've got to use the restroom, and then I'm gonna take the elevator up, and can I capture the elevator? Not really. Tommy is such a classic as well. A great movie. Roger Daltrey and The Who for life. Yeah, The Who are great. Now you get to see a lot of pinball machines destroyed forever in that movie, unfortunately, but oh well. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. My back. Drew, do you need to go on a walk? I think so. I'm going to take the dog for a walk. Now, if someone would come on and fill in for me, that would be great, but I think we'll just have some dead air. Hold on, Drew, I'll take you out. Drew, hold your horses, I'll take you out.
They don't tell them that there's human goodies. They don't tell them that there's reptilian sexual great activities. They don't tell them anything about all these different sex bodies, the crashing that keeps on Earth. They're not going to tell you anything. But they have all this crazy technology that look through time. They've got probably hundreds of different varieties of ET foreign sausages that they can pick apart and play with. And part of the story is that folks in the classified projects, including Peterson, are building very precise advanced technology out of these things that were crashed with these UFOs, and they're never going to tell you anything about what they did. And these projects have very good money, extraordinary budgets. As I said last time, these things like the Korean War, Vietnam War.
We should have waited, but oh well.
Nuclear arms race.
Oh, okay. All right. Drew went on her little diaper, so let me clean that up. And so I was going to walk her. What's going on here? Wondering if I'm hearing David Wilcock in the background. Yeah, that's who I hear. Dead air is all right. Who needs air to breathe anyway? Damn, this Ziploc bag is not fitting over my head. I'm sorry, I hit a moment there. Yeah, he said he was going to have David on the Roku. Yeah. I'm wondering why he doesn't do the walk. Well, I could do the walk, but it would die while I do the walk. And she just, well. I'll turn up David Wilcox so you can hear him.
Roscoe Hillcourt. How many freaking times am I going to read about the MJ12 freaking documents? When I was reading books in the late 90s out of the library, they all kind of kept saying the same stuff.
I'll be back with some more books. I got to go up in the elevator.
So a number of different authors would all cover the same data, and it got very frustrating because I'd be wanting to read a new book, but then I'd be encountering the same data. And this Majestic 12 stuff, man, so many UFO books have been there. It's just incredibly frustrating. I have to say that. So at this point, I realized there is something going on. They've been covering it up. And then when I got to these deeper insiders, I find out, yeah, there's this whole world that's 35 levels above Obama or Trump or Clinton or anybody. And at that level, they're interacting directly with extraterrestrials, and they're not going to let you in. You can't show up and do anything about it. Richard Dolan brought out a whistleblower who was tasked by Eisenhower. I think it was Eisenhower or Truman. One of the two, might have been Truman, to invade Area 51 and they basically got turned around at gunpoint and told to leave, and you're not allowed in here. But we will tell you that there's some stuff here. Go back and tell him he doesn't have the need to know. And he's the president. We don't care. That's really what happened. So within that group of we're 35 levels above the president, we're not going to tell you. There's people using technology that's become a part of their daily lives that you've never seen or heard of. And they have an enormous amount of it. You have free energy. You don't need to pay for electricity. You can have this little box, you buy it for $5,000, you keep it in your house, and your house just runs forever, and you never pay an energy bill again. They have anti-gravity. There's many, many craft that can levitate themselves, and they don't need any special equipment. It's actually pretty easy to build this, and Salvatore Pais put out the patents on behalf of the U.S. Navy. Levitation anti-gravity patents. That's one of the things we're going to be talking about next month at this conference, the Disclosure Center. So the hero is very interesting because the hero in this storyline has all this weird technology, time viewing technology, and so they have this stuff and they've spent their whole lives since they got in studying this and being in these rooms and looking at these weird devices that you've never seen before. They have free energy, so they don't need to pay for energy. They have hover cars. They have weird holographic projection technology. They have instant healing technology. That's the medbed thing. Part of what we found on these UFOs was technology where you could have your head chopped off and they can literally grow, your body will grow a new head, or they could just put the head and the body together and it'll just kind of seal up where the wound was. So you could have your head chopped off, put the head back onto the body, or even if somebody gets all burned up and there's just a piece left, you can regrow their whole body out of the one piece with this technology. That's literally what it is. Even if you just get a piece of their leg, that's enough. This is how bizarre it is to imagine somebody living in the world where they have access to this stuff. And so with Stevati Aerospace, my goal has been that I want to participate in getting this technology out to the planet. So that's why I put all my money into this. I want you to have free energy. I want you to have anti-gravity. I want you to have the medbed. And we hopefully will be able to get all of these things going. We are already making really great progress and I'm a lot less worried about the company. We have some, just like probably 3 really big things going on right now that are really cool. But I've never gotten any type of ability to see anything. I've never been taken to a base. I've never been taken underground. I've never seen anything. I've never in the sky, never in front of me. I've just had certain insiders who were my friends who told me things off the record that they shouldn't have been saying, and that's how I learned all this. And most of them got in trouble for telling me this stuff. So it does make me uncomfortable still sometimes to talk about this. But as I've said in previous shows, it looks like we are now getting close to some type of congressional disclosure event. They're getting ready to do a whole story for us in Congress. It's very, very interesting. So we are now in this very fascinating war that nobody really knows what it is because you don't know what the alliance is. They only give you little tidbits and these little comms and little clues they send out. And you don't really know what the enemy is, the dark side, because they communicate with symbolism. And they keep showing you this upsetting symbolism. And they keep doing weird stuff, like at the Grammys, they keep showing you the devils and the horns and the blood and the fire and all this stuff. Why do they keep talking about this so much? Why? Who the hell is the creative director that thinks that Satan is the best theme they can have? Every single show they do, every single year. Wouldn't somebody get like, oh, well, let's do like the happiness show? You know, we don't need to do the Satanist show. Let's just pump the brakes on Satan. Let's do like the ponies and happiness show. We're gonna have little girls riding ponies. There's nothing bad about it. You know, they're gonna have, I don't know. It's just going to be this whole different thing. We don't need to do Satan's. No. They do it every freaking year, man. And you didn't think that mattered, did you? Maybe you did. Well, it turns out it does. It's something they're doing. So that both sides are somewhat visible, but still mostly cloaked from us. Wow. And as I said before, this is actually the way it is in every cycle of history. Even back in Scipio Africanus' time, I'm sure there was some type of dark leak that nobody knew about, and they're doing stuff that nobody knew about. And we know about these things, actually. We know that they captured Carbon and they brought in Baal and Moloch, these 2 gods,
I put the elevator, I didn't quite line it up with the floor, and I had quite a step down, and that was a shock. I didn't realize. Let me turn down David Wilcock. All right, the family's about to come over. Sir Gratu and Greta, thanks so much for the show today. Got to get the pizza finished up. Pizza is a wonderful thing for Easter, I think. Oh.
Each time we make a cycle across the geometry, we're telling ourselves the same story. So again, we've got these 5 Platonic solids: dodecahedron, tetrahedron, octahedron, and
Okay.
they're associated with the elements. You've got earth, air, fire, water, and ether.
So,
Here's another.
what's in the next armload of books here? It's Basil Wolverton in Space. One of my favorite artists of all time. Black and white reproductions of his art that look to be from the original artwork. It's a smaller book. My wife says Happy Easter to the Great Legend Show and to all of you in hospice care, the comic book hospice care community. Here's reprints of Gold Key UFO comics. And a little bit, of a book form, so it's a little classier. You're not really reading a comic book, you're reading a book. Anyway, that's something else. Superman. The Amazing Transformations of Jimmy Olsen. This is the stuff I like, the Mort Wessinger era. Oh, I lost a viewer. What a tragedy. Well, that's probably someone going to make dinner. I shouldn't torment that evil person. Okay, here's Superman Past and Future. So it's reprints of old Superman comics. Seems like I've got some more Superman stuff upstairs. Maybe this should be with that. Superman in the 60s. I think these are pretty commonly available books. You probably get on Amazon pretty readily. Superman in the 50s. Look at him lecturing crypto. The problem is there's 2 types of people when you say crypto. There are the morons that immediately think of this fake electronic money, and then there's the cool people like us that immediately think of Superboy's dog. My wife asked if I'm going to log off soon. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just waiting on you to tell me to pull the plug here. Yeah, because we could conceivably eat in 15 minutes if you want to eat from that restaurant, which we shouldn't do but it's just that check we got almost seems like someone upstairs is talking to us like, hey, what is the special tonight at our favorite restaurant? Because I'm really just burnt out today. I would join, but I'm laying down on the couch. That's cool. And buying action figures on Amazon that I don't need. Oh, that's cool. Pull the plug, LOL. Okay, she's telling me to pull the plug. Well, let me get these few books I just pulled out of the elevator on the shelf, and then I will pull the plug here, which is the term they often use here in the Orloff nursing home. Let's see. Smoked chicken again. Ooh, that smells so good. Maybe. Yeah, the problem is I don't like to mess with bones, man. I like stuff that doesn't have bones. I don't even have Facebook on here because I deleted it to do my show earlier. What is the other special, Cleo? Meyer says, you got a really cool looking Baron von Strucker. Could you send me a link to that on Instagram, Meyer? I'd like to see what that looks like. It was actually delicious because I doubt he's going to have the armband. They just don't do that I've got a Red Skull statue, and it's more like a what do you call it? A Maltese cross. They're not going to make anything that actually has the. Look, it's the Superman in the 40s. This is supposed to be the primary source material for James Gunn's movie that's currently in production. That's been filming for about a month now. So we'll have to see if that's true. This, as I recall, was a good read and was respectful to the old Mort Wessinger era. But we'll see. Maybe I ought to read this again. It's also been turned into a animated cartoon feature. Here's a companion piece to that men's adventure book I showed earlier. Basically actually, I think it's the same book, just a smaller book. It was actually delicious. It smelled like it was delicious. It was great. It's the only special. How easy is it to get the meat off the bone? I don't like messing with. I like food to be ready to eat. I don't like to have to work at it, man. Here's the great Pulp Heroes. Now this. Yeah, all about the Pulp Heroes. Okay, here's an Italian comic. I can't show the cover because it has nudity, but it's Antonio e Cleopatra. My wife's name is Cleopatra, so I'll show her this book later, but I can't show you guys. It's not nice. I didn't know she severed people's heads. I didn't. They make her look like Countess Bathory. Let's see if there's. Yeah, this is one of those Italian gory comics. They're hitting. What the heck? I'm not being careful editing the cover. I need to be careful, man. Yeah, I'd better not put this book up too much because I'm gonna. Yeah, it's one of those Italian. You know how the Italians are. And from the same company. Can't really show you much of this cover either. It's called Supermarket, which is a terrifying title because I hate going to the supermarket. So that might as well be a horror title. And it's. Is there a page I can show? Yeah, probably. It's got some pretty good art. Look at this evil vampirella type. That may be one of the only pages. That artist is pretty good. I'm sorry. It's just, yeah. Some warped minds went into the production of this. Oh, we've got Kevin showing up. Hey, Kevin, what's up?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
I finally got all my shipping done so I can come on.
Oh, cool. Yeah. We're going to be on a little bit longer. Then I got to go grab food for Cleo or just cook frozen, or not frozen, but refrigerated meals. What's that was cool. That Conga book you showed earlier.
Yeah, now I want to track down. I want to track down all the other ones because I guess around that in that same month there was maybe like 4 of them.
Were they different ads in the different comics?
No, the same ad, but they're all tied for a first. You know.
Okay, when was the first time the classic ad where they look like a 1950s nuclear family and they stand upright? When did that? And who was the artist that drew that? I used to know.
Yeah, I think I had an article saved somewhere about that talks about that.
For those of you watching, Kevin is really into sea monkeys. That's like his current obsession. One of his current. We all have current obsessions we get into, and then we're really focused on that, and then it's something else. But right now, Sea Monkeys is his thing. Do you want to show any? Do you have Sea Monkeys memorabilia you can show us real quick? Just show your obsession, or is it all at your house?
Here's somebody got me this for Christmas. It's from a pet store.
What are the other titles you're looking for from that month?
I have it written down. I have to find it.
Okay. Because maybe someone watching has one of them they're willing to part with. Oh, those are the Cramps records you just got from your friend?
Look at this insane art.
Yeah, that's pretty detailed. There was a guy about 10 years ago that did an Avengers comic, and they had really detailed art like that, and I picked it up because I thought, this looks amazing. I forgot what his name was. If I went through my Avengers comics, I could find it, but it may not have been 10 years ago. It may have been more recent, but I thought.
How would you color this, with watercolor?
Oh, heck, I don't know.
Let's see. I have the colored one right here. Looks like they used watercolor.
That's a transformer? Yeah.
You can see what it is once it's colored, but when it was like this, you couldn't even tell what it is.
No, I couldn't see it at all. Meyer says it looks like Jeff Darrow, kind of. Or a little bit like Mobius, or maybe not.
I've seen a lot of artists that do that kind of art. It's like you don't know if they're mentally insane or if they're like, what?
A lot of meth.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Cramps records the other day.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What?
I bought 5 Cramps records.
Oh, okay, right. That's that one's mid 1980s. Yeah, I remember when that came out.
Okay. Let's see what this one is.
Yeah.
These are brand new, like printings, or what they call it.
Yeah, I could tell from the sticker on the front. Yeah. That's one of the great ones. Yeah.
He ordered me one other one that he didn't have in stock. So I'll have all the ones that are available, that are in production.
That's good.
There's 2 more.
Okay. Right. I remember, see that poster, I've got that exact poster hanging a few feet from me. And our walls are that same color. It's almost, I don't dress like him. You guys.
Wow, that's a small hallway. Is that why they call them the Cramps? Because they're cramped in there?
I think that's just a 50s house, but the Cramps comes from, they like the band The Kinks, and you know, all the type music that they were influenced by is always the something. You know, it wasn't like U2, or it was like the Rolling Stones, the Kinks, the Crickets. You know, it was always, that's the way it always was. It was the something. So they came up with the Cramps, I think, as a play on the Kinks.
No one says it's limited to 300.
And let me see what the cover is on that one there. I don't know that. What is that? I've never seen it in my life. Was it a live record?
A live album, yeah.
Oof. What, you better duck. I didn't know that album even existed. I don't know if was that legitimately from their record label.
Well, it has this Dear Boss thing on it. I've never seen that.
I don't know what that even means.
That's the company.
Yeah, there wasn't there the name of their company Vengeance or something like that. Yeah, that may not be from their actual company, but I'm sure it's great. Big Beat was yeah, they were on the Big Beat label. That was out of France, I think, for a while. But that one's great. That Live from the Peppermint Lounge, that's a great album.
He had one that I was almost bought, and he goes, "You know, this is a tribute, right?" And I go, "Oh yeah, I don't want the tribute stuff."
A tribute? What do you mean?
It was like another band doing Cramp songs, you know.
Which one is a tribute?
No, I didn't get it.
Oh yeah, no one cares about that.
Yeah, he told me before I bought it that it was he wouldn't want. I wouldn't want that
Sometimes
one.
there are bands like the Mad Daddies, and it's like the Cramps produced it, and it sounds a lot like the Cramps, and Poison Ivy's on the cover. You don't see her face, but something like that would be okay. But a tribute band, yeah, I don't know. But that Live from the Peppermint Lounge isn't really a live record. They dubbed some crowd noises on it, but it's actually a studio album that they. Oh yeah, that's cool. But that's where I Ain't Nothing But a Gorehound comes from, and they did a
new
full song
location
to
yet?
Faster
Yeah,
Pussycat.
okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Not in a while, but yeah. I think we came here just after you guys had moved.
All right.
Oh, okay. More of John Goris's art.
I'm almost out.
Man, I couldn't give it away. I'd hoard it all. But that's just me.
I started putting all my stickers up instead of just collecting them. Because I figured I would want to be able to see it and then just have it in a box.
This was a major disclosure from Kevin Chick in 2017.
Oh, it's getting windy.
Oh, yeah.
Windy out there.
Apparently, the lottery is almost $1 billion. My wife is wanting me to get a lottery ticket.
It's supposed to rain tomorrow. It hasn't rained on Easter in 25 years.
Oh, wow.
1999 was the last time it rained on Easter.
I've had it snow on Easter before in Texas. That was pretty weird.
Yeah. Oh, here's my new bookcase. Man, IKEA is overpriced and it's junk.
Yeah.
This was $200 for this thing.
From IKEA?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you
It's
had
not
to
even
build
worth,
it yourself, right?
Yeah, it's not even worth 50.
Yeah. I've got to get some bookshelves. Some more bookshelves. I've got real problems.
I took down all the new DC stuff and just put better stuff that sells.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I have all that Geiger stuff, but
Here's some slabs. There's the second Black Widow.
Yeah. What's the second Black Widow going for?
$100.
Okay.
First Stilt Man and first Wendigo.
Huh. What would the second Black Widow be if it wasn't slabbed?
Probably more.
Seriously, I thought it added value for these people.
I mean, if it's like a super high grade, maybe.
A 3.0 is perfectly acceptable for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's holding together. It's readable.
It depends who's 3.0. If it's like my comic shop or my version of a 3.0, And yeah,
Well, that's true. My comic shop's 3.0 is probably a 5.0. Yeah.
yeah, you got to be conservative when you sell online. This was one of Bernie Wrightson's last posters that he put out. One of his last, and look at this is an artist proof. So this was Bernie's copy. He only had 10 of them. That was artist proof.
Don't know what it means. My wife wants me to buy a lottery ticket because it's almost $1 billion. Okay, I'm up to date on my.
I got some
Cleo,
exciting
should we
things
get
coming in.
food from the restaurant or should we eat some of the factor meals? Tell me in the chat.
I have 2 really cool items coming in. I don't know if I
Has
should
it
tell
been
you.
a good day at the store? Or did you get a lot of
It's
stuff
always
sold?
slow. It's always slow right before a holiday.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's tomorrow's Easter. Do you have local family where you're going to spend?
I could go to somewhere, but it's going to be raining, and I don't really want to. Yeah.
My internet's choppy.
Yeah, it's going to be raining, so I think I'm just going to stay home.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I have to find something to eat, I guess, tomorrow. I think everything's closed, right? I think you froze or I froze. Ouch. The thing froze. Hey, Robert, I got Rad. I went to Walmart and got looked at their steel books. They didn't have Creature, but I got Rad. The BMX. I don't know if I've ever seen it. Can't remember seeing it. But... Either that or it sells and it's gone. You were already there. To be honest with you, you were already there to pick me up. We should have just went down the street. See if it was there. Yeah, it's only another half mile. Instead of getting off at Chrisman, the next half mile, when you get off on Signal View, the Walmart's right there. We could have seen that your creature was still there. I didn't think about that. But I know you were worried about getting here. Damn Nat. I think I took over the whole show. I think his internet went down. So I'm in charge of the show now.
Get away from here. We have a gnat that wants to bother me.
Kill him.
I'm trying.
Let me look on my other phone to see if...
I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
My internet collapsed.
I thought something happened. I was going to check the chat. I'm trying to get my other phone on to check the chat.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like my wife is asking if she should just order from the restaurant. Do we need to deposit this check before I go, or do we have enough money where I could? You tell Gratu froze. It says, let's see, and your screen is black, Kevin.
Oh, I forgot to show you these.
And you sure are. LOL.
Lady brought these in.
You free? I think he froze again.
You know, something that's gonna take a long time, and you gotta get a whole bunch of them.
I think the World Economic Forum is jamming my signal. Oh, look at that glow in the dark King Kong.
Technology, germs, and all this kind of stuff. So she says, this is a good side to majestic wealth. And he snarks, it's the only good I know.
You guys still collecting Funkos?
I've had to lean back, man. I'm running out of space. But yeah, if I see a good one, sometimes I'll pick it up still. Yeah.
How you doing? You guys are back?
You guys heading back to Texas here soon, aren't you? Or somewhere like that? Or is it Virginia? Oh, that's way out. Oh, so you guys are out here for a while then. Who are you from there? I don't remember where the heck it was.
Oh, there it was.
Well, being
In 25 years, Kevin said, since it's rained out here on Easter Day.
Where were you?
Where was I in 99? At the Peaks.
For Easter?
No, yeah, I was staying at the Peak. I was living at the Peak. Right there on 52nd and Ventura. Right by Abigail Mountain.
Oh, you're pretty close to me. I was right by there too.
Sure. I was at Abigail Mountain.
But I know those people.
Yeah. There's not the Peaks anymore.
It's not? It's still there. They just bought something different.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that thing. That was
Oh,
busy.
that's-
Yeah, that was
cheap.
Oh yeah.
10 feet over there and just on the border.
Some other teams right there too, because it was right by their where I was at.
You on a box or
around the golf course. You could walk the trail and end up at Abigail Mountain.
Where it would be like winter time, even in the summertime, by the golf course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a neat little condo. I was happy there. Spent a lot of years there. Spent actually 2 years there. Hey, what's up, bro?
Are these boards for sale?
Yeah. That one's badass, huh?
Yeah, how
I
much?
like that one. 75.
75 for the dance floor?
Yeah. Limited too. Yeah, that one's super limited.
Yeah, for that price, you get a deck for 75. Did you see his coffin one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Back?
Yeah, it's horrible things
Tell me.
happening. They're jamming the internet, getting ready for the eclipse, what they're going to do to us on the eclipse day. So, anyway, I'm going to run and get food
Okay.
for some kind of blackened charred chicken or something or other. It really smelled good. My wife had it last night. We've never had internet trouble like this here in 2 years. Yeah, well,
8123.
that's
Ken, do you have to run, or are you going to stay on for a little while?
yeah. I guess I'm gonna run and spend the evening hanging out. And did you have something to show us last minute?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Well,
Do you need time?
Maybe.
I might do a live stream again. I don't know if I'll do. I might do one tomorrow just to put books in. But if you want to pop on or something, because I'm going to bring some other bookshelves down and fill them up, and I might just do it just from my other StreamYard account that has a couple hours left on it. So, anyway, it's nice to see you, everybody, and Kevin, and
Muhammad Ali's still there, damn it.
Have a happy Easter, everybody.
all right, take care. And there's the Monsterizer. All right, guys, happy Easter. I'll maybe see you guys tomorrow if the creek don't rise and whatever that other cliche is. Anyway, take care, everybody. Sayonara.